Hello everybody, welcome to the version 1.0 of RoboQuest. It has been a long journey. I've been following the game since, I think shortly after it came out, so really cool. French developer from Lyon, a city I've been to numerous times, so also a little bit of home turf here. Yeah, first things first is always you're gonna get into the settings here, but I'm really curious to see how the game's gonna shape up for us. Yeah, so I don't know, I'm just gonna change a little bit. Here, okay, so they did change a lot here, so we're gonna have to redo our settings entirely, I guess. Which is fine, it's version 1.0. I don't want hit markers. I like rotating the minimap. Sure. Yeah, sure, that's cool. FPS counter, I don't think we need that. Camera shake is on, enable ranking. As far as I know, I left that on, but I'm not sure. Reset or crosshair, yes. And the dynamic crosshair we're gonna turn off. We're gonna use a white crosshair, and we're gonna use a dot. That's basically what we're gonna do. 100% opacity, then controls. Ooh, that's different. Yeah, we might need to redo this, unfortunately. Yeah, first of the thing is, I don't even know if they actually match. Yeah, we have to see if this is the aspect ratio we want. So everything here, unfortunately, was reset. Yeah, so we have to do all this again. So we're gonna do this in-game, but I'm just gonna take what I had before and maybe it's gonna be fine. But unfortunately, these values we're gonna have to double check in-game. Auto reload always, sprint move, toggle, crouch, hold, forward, backwards, sprint, jump, crouch, primary ability, secondary ability, fire, alt, fire, reload, drop weapon, weapon 1, 2, switch weapon, next weapon. Yeah, I don't want that. Can I unbind it? Yeah, I really don't like that. Let's just put it somewhere else here. Yeah, I don't want to have any shortcuts for that. Interact E, perk selector is T, control panel tab, menu M, screenshot mode, thing. Primary ability, secondary ability. Should be okay. I mean, we're gonna do this in game again, per character probably. Okay, so we're gonna go with full screen here, and we could go with 4K, but there actually is no reason for that. FOV, we want 103, I think it's horizontal, right? Yeah, so I think it's horizontal, so I'm just gonna go with 103. I hope the game doesn't crash on Alt tab, because I quickly want to check if both the feeds are going fine. Yeah, this feed's going fine, and this one also. Since we're simulcasting on YouTube and Twitch, as always, better quality on YouTube, a lot better. AV1, 144p, 30k bitrate there, and 6k bitrate. 1080p 60 on Twitch, which is the maximum. So better quality on YouTube, better chatting experience on Twitch. Yeah, that's basically what it is. Okay, I hope the game doesn't crash when I tab out, because it's going to be a bit more annoying to deal with this. No color blindness filter. Really? That's kind of weird. Why would you go with 8x, not 16x? Surprising, didn't notice this one, I think, before. Yeah, so no motion blur setting. I just assume it's off because the developer is competent so far. Yeah, maybe I'll talk a little bit about how did I like the game in early access. I think I'm just going to increase the I don't know if is this the base volume of the game? Kind of unsure. It's going to get loud now. Don't be too surprised. Yeah, so I hope it's not too loud now. I'm just gonna double check, but I think it should be fine. Yeah, it should be fine. I mean, it's loud, no doubt about it, but I'm pretty sure it's gonna be better. Yeah, my early impressions of the game so far, in over 100 hours played in early access and finishing the highest difficulties there. I must basically say it's one of my favorite games of all time, yeah. It's 10 out of 10 easily for me, already in early access. I really like the game. It's a roguelite FPS and it's really fun to play. And it has full co-op, which I never tested, so I can't really talk too much about that. Okay, we're gonna start the adventure, but heads up, I'm gonna have to do the mouse settings again. Because I don't really remember what exactly the game now will have as a setting. So that's going to take a few minutes, but after that we're good to go. Yeah, I wasn't sure if there was going to be voiceovers, so I just opted not to voice over it. We're now in the desert, the starting area of the game, and I can already tell one thing. The sensitivity is completely different, right? It changed completely. So what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna go look at my Premiere site for these settings. I can also tell you what it is. It is called mousesensitivity.com, and it has a lot of great conversion tools for sensitivity when it comes to FPS, and also other games and FOV information, all that. And I'm just curious to see if they updated it, which we will see immediately by putting in the current value we have. Okay, so yeah, unfortunately, the setting doesn't seem to be accurate, right? Because we have like the lowest sensitivity I've ever seen in my life here. So RoboQuest is not accurate on the site anymore, so it's going to be updated pretty soon, I suppose, because the developer so far has been very fast through reacting to changes, and I'm pretty sure it's going to be fixed in no time. But at the moment, unfortunately, the game does not seem to have the site does not seem to have reliable information about RoboQuest. So yeah, so what we have to do here is change our settings, and I can't remember the relative stuff either, so all we can do now, first of all, is go back into Windows. I think Alt-Tab doesn't crash, which is very good news. And go back to our default DPI here. And now we're gonna have to do it the old school way by just basically setting it up. We don't have a crosshair here at the moment. I'm pretty sure we're gonna get one. Just in a moment. Okay, close combat. Punch with your bash or head bonk it by jumping on its head. Yeah, the game has a cool mechanic where you can jump on enemies just like in Mario, and that's pretty cool. Right, so we can just kill him. I'm just gonna wait until we get a weapon so I can actually move my camera faster. Perfect. Okay. Max is special, classic. My special lower crosshair increases the vertical you can perceive. The classic center crosshair, it works fine, but well, you know, it's not mine. I would advise anyone to pick the centered one because the additional visibility, it was one of the issues Total Biscuit brought up with, I think, Borderlands back in the day when he was still alive. And he said that the guns take too much visual space, so he really likes to have a lowered crosshair to increase the visibility, right? But in my opinion, it's way less efficient because it's very easy for the brain to understand the principle of a center of a square, and just going lower with that just makes intuitive aiming a bit harder. So in my opinion, you should not use the lowered crosshair setting. At least not if you plan on playing other FPS as well. Okay, but now that we have the crosshair, we can finally do the setup here. And the sensitivity seems to be a lot easier to set up now because you have way more values in between. Let's just start with 60. And what I like to do to set up the sensitivity in FPS is pretty simple. I just try to find a relatively vertical element, for example here this door frame. I take my trusty ruler here, and then I just do a 360 and measure the distance. Yeah, and I have a target value of roughly 33 point something centimeters I want to hit. I usually don't want to be lower, so I'm just going to aim for 34 roughly measuring here. And all I'm going to do is just a slight rotation, just like this. And then I'm going to take this as a base value. I'm going to see that it's way too high. And since it's way too high, what I'm going to do is go back into the settings and just lower it maybe by 10 here. And then we're going to do a sort of 360 again. And just like that, we're going to home in on the sensitivity that matches closest to what I actually want in the game. Okay, this is way closer, but still not close enough, so we're just going to go with 40. I'm expecting it to be too low now, but that depends on how they designed the values you put in, like how they convert to actual movement. But I was right, it's slightly too low, but not by much, so we can just go back in and maybe put it at, let's say 44. Maybe it's a good value here. We're at 44 now. And that's at 1600 DPI in Windows. Not Windows, in my case, the mouse the mouse driver software in this case is the Logitech G Hub. Okay, and we did wait, I didn't see an FPS setting. I'm just gonna have to double check that quickly. Okay, so this seems to be slightly too fast. So what I'm gonna do here is just decrease it by 1 here. Like that, and now I'm pretty sure it's going to be close enough to what I actually want to use throughout the game. But I'm going to double check it a few times. So yeah, seems to be maybe a bit too high now still, so maybe we're going to lower it one more. I'm trying to be as accurate as possible. Yeah, I assume this is a little bit too fast still, so I'm going to go for 42. And that should hopefully be right on the money, but I don't know. Might not be. Sometimes the scales are not as accurate. Yeah, maybe even a 41 would be feasible here. Yeah, I still wish devs just did a... Yeah, I still think a 41's feasible. But I wish devs would just put in the unit, right, in either for inches or centimeters, because it's an easy conversion, right? You know the FOV of your engine, you know how this value translates, and you know you can basically ask for the DPI. So all the user has to do is input DPI, and then how much, what value in centimeters he wants to have, and you can just do the math yourself as a developer with an easy formula, and then everybody would have the same sensitivity in every game. But yeah, that's kind of wishful thinking at this point, because the console market has a way more complicated way of setting things because of aim assist and acceleration and all that stuff. So sticks are way more inconsistent to set up. Yeah, so I think this is going to be the value I'm going to stick with, but I'm just, you know, double checking quickly. Also going to write it down so we don't have to change it again. Yeah, I would say this is the perfect value, just a third time to make sure. And then there are two more things we're going to have to set up, unfortunately. One of which we can't set up at the moment because we don't have a scope on this weapon. But yeah, I think this is pretty close to what I want to have. I think, right? I'm just going to make sure it really is. Yeah, I'm kind of suck ass today because it's kind of cold. Yeah, I think this is perfect, right? Okay, so now I'm going to put our ruler away because we don't need that one anymore, because everything we do now is going to be relative to the sensitivity we set up now. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we're going to test for vertical and horizontal sensitivity. The way you do that is pretty simple. You find a place where you know where you're looking roughly 90 degrees. You're roughly 90 degrees away from looking away from something. So what you do here is we're going to go from this position here to the left. We're going to measure that distance quickly, just like that. Although I like to do it the other way around more, so I'm just going to go like this here. This is roughly going to be roughly 90 degrees. We're going to do this and go there. So this is basically the distance we have over here. Just going to do it again to make sure I didn't fuck it up. Yeah, so this is roughly the distance. Or 90 degrees. Yeah, roughly like that. Okay, so it is a pretty spread finger like that. So I'm going to move like this. Okay, now what we're going to do is we're going to look up 90 degrees like so. And then we're going to look up. Okay, this is roughly up. And then we're going to check if the distance is comparable between the two. Yeah, it seems unfortunately the distance is not comparable. So what we're going to do here is we're going to go for a vertical speed of 100. And we're going to try it again. So I'm just going to have to do the 90-degree turn again. That should not be an issue here. Yeah, that's roughly 90 degrees here. Very spread out finger again. And now what we're going to do here is do the part upwards. Yeah, and that looks way better. That's roughly what I would estimate to be accurate, but let's just try it again. Double check it. The measurement here again. 90 degrees. Not an optimal place to do it, by the way. You want some kind of rectangular room. usually, but it is what it is, right? I think 100% is going to be what we are aiming for, and I'm just going to explain quickly what we're doing here. So, okay, that's basically, I think, gonna be a 1-to-1 ratio. And I'm quickly going to explain why I think this is better than what the devs did. Because this basically translates to the same 360 motion if you would do a vertical 360 to a horizontal 360. What the devs did was match the distance to screen based on the aspect ratio. And what that does basically, it means you need the same distance on your mat to reach the edge of the screens, right? If you want to, for example, she's at the edge now, to get to her, it would be the same distance like that from here to here, right? You would have to move the mouse the same distance. The reason why I don't like that is because it makes the physical movement very slow when it goes for up and down, because it basically is visually identical. It might need an identical movement to go up and down, but I think it's way worse, right, when it comes to how your mouse feels, because it's very easy to do a circle like this. But with the other sensitivity, it feels always like you have to fight against, it feels very, very slow, basically. So you always want to have to one-on-one. And that's also the default, as far as I know, Counter-Strike, Overwatch, Valorant, etc. use. So yeah, and Quake I think too, but not 100% sure on that. Didn't play it for quite some time. Okay, I'm just gonna quickly do that. Mouse sensitivity is 41 at 1600 dpi. We're gonna update it. 1600. 0 and 41. And at 70 relative. So that was correct before. We're gonna check that again later. It still is correct, but then now at least we have our basic setup. I think it's a vast improvement to increase the range of the slider. One of the basic amateur mistakes is, first of all, not to enable the user to input a number here. And second of all, to make the slider in range so limited that either the mouse is way too fast. Mostly it's way too fast, right? They never go low enough, so you have to really lower the DPI on your mouse, and it gets really annoying. So always have a huge range on mouse sensitivities. Optimally, you would have an instant conversion to a metric or imperial units, but if that doesn't happen, just have a huge range or even a free set, almost free setting, where the user can just input any number they want and be as accurate as possible. And even modern engines in games like Overwatch, well, modern, you're right, in modern games like Valorant, Overwatch and all of that, there still is a bit more potential for more digits, right? Because they usually don't let you fine-tune it just enough to really get closer and closer to the unit you want, because you're never going to hit it exactly, right? Because it's dependent on FOV and all the engine stuff. But you still want to have a game that has the option to get as close as possible. So yeah, this is way better than before, where we had to be at 4 or 5 here, and that was really pushing the limit, right? And then we had to change the DPI for the fine tuning. Yeah, it was super annoying. This is way, way better. Yeah, VSync in game, no FPS limit. And this warning is kind of stupid, right? It may, yeah, sure. If your CPU and GPU overheats, that's always a hardware issue, right? It's not a software issue. So yeah, if you have a shitty setup, not having an FPS limit can fuck it. But realistically, if you have a bad CPU and bad GPU, you're gonna hit the max values anyway. Yeah. So I have no limit here because I have it in the NVIDIA control panel on. So what I'm gonna do here is press return. And now we should still be limited by the other things. What's not present, and in my opinion not really necessary, but would be nice to have, is DLSS, and especially reflex is missing in the game. But it runs pretty well as far as I know when it comes to early access, but then again, I have a really good PC. I have a 4090 and 13,900K, so that's not really an issue. So I always max out the FPS when I play at 1044p. Yeah, we could also go for 4K, but there's, I think, almost no visual benefit beyond a little bit more anti-aliasing in the game. Better anti-aliasing, and yeah. The reason why I go for 103 FOV is because it's Valorant's and Overwatch's preferred FOV, and I just played these games a lot. I think it's a great sweet spot between for the distance I'm playing from, right? Because I'm actually pretty close when I play FPS to the screen. So I like a bit higher FOV, but not super high. Yeah, and by the way, if you play different games, there's something I always mention from time to time is that I'm pretty close to the screen because the screen's kind of big. And there's an optimal viewing distance that doesn't strain your eyes too much. And some games really profit from you being further away. But FPS is great if you're close, for a lot of them, because things can get very small far away, right? You have to see things far away. You can tell the difference here between her being up front and here. It's like she's really small already here. So it's good to be closer, which is why a lot of pros are also really close to the screen. But one of the reasons why other games don't profit from that is especially 2D games, right? If you have 2D game, you want to usually see a flat game, right? A side scroller or top-down game. You usually want to see everything at once, right? The borders of the screen are super important when it comes to information, and because something might scroll in and whatever. So there, the distance usually should be a bit further away, so you can easily see the entire screen and don't have to move your eyes or head too much. But not too far away, because then of course you already see everything and just get smaller. So yeah, but there the viewing distance is a bit further away. So that's the same thing with the television when you watch movies or play games or other things. You just want to have for movies, being close is kind of okay, but if you want to watch the entire screen, you want to be further away. So yeah. Hey Apricon, everything fine on your end? And I don't know why today my tongue is feels a bit weird. Just had too much pussy. No, I'm just joking. I mean, I do have a lot of pussy, but that's not the reason today. Janine's actually gone for work for a week, so not a week, for 5 days. Yeah, so unfortunately, that's not the issue today. Okay, but so far, I'm sorry for having this slow setup here. We still have to do the relative sensitivity, but that's something I think the devs already nailed by default. Okay, so we have hold to sprint. Why did you even ask in the options? We want to have I want to toggle. Oh shit, I'm an idiot. I just fucked the controls that I just did. And I'm also going to explain why don't I want to have hit markers? Because basically they occlude stuff, right? It takes away information you need. Because knowing if you hit the enemy or not, it's gonna happen anyway, in a way or another, right? You know if you hit him or not, but it's something you know for very casual games where just hitting them is enough to know that you hit them, or for aim assist. But if you really want to track the enemy well, everything you remove from the center of the screen actually is a you know, something good. So I don't like hit markers. And also you have hit feedback in the game, so the enemy flashes, which is an advantage, and you also have HP bars, so there is no reason for hit indicators. Or hit markers in this case. But I still want to go and change the sprint mode to toggle. Okay, now it works again. I kind of fucked that up. The reason why I like toggle more is simply because I like if you can slide in a game, like you can in this one. The fact that you can just, you know, go the way I hold the keyboard is a very classic way to hold the keyboard. It's slightly tilted, and what you can do then is sprint and slide easily, right? So I really like the sprint toggle mechanic instead. It's been a while since I played a mouse and keyboard game, by the way. The last game we played was Cyberpunk, then I just, for whatever reason, didn't play it for quite some time. Yeah, okay, so there is jumping in the game, and there's also double jump, and the game, as far as I remember, does not have an increased jump height when you press the button longer, but actually they changed that. Incredible. Yeah, so holding the button longer now makes you jump. So this is short and this is long, so there now is a variable jump height, I would argue this is a pro if you want to do precision platforming, but a downside if you just want to reach maximum height. Because what you usually do is tap for double jump height, and now you're going to have to hold the jump button to jump at maximum height. I'm not a fan of that, and I would have liked an option to disable the variable jump height here. Yeah, so here there should be an additional option in my opinion. Because if for precision platformers, holding stuff is cool, but in an FPS, right, you just want to jump as high as you can usually. So, I mean, there are some platforming sections in the game, but even then, I still think it's a bit unnecessary in this game. Yeah, I don't even know if it always was like that, but we're gonna see. Okay, so now we're gonna learn to double jump. Okay, we have an ability which makes us invulnerable and consumes battery. You can turn it on and off to save battery. The battery regenerates over time. In the middle of the screen now on the bottom, we can see the energy. Yeah, basically we can toggle it on and off. Okay, left click is fire. Yeah, when we take damage, our HP is reduced, and we have a section which is converted to scratch damage. And when we're at 0 HP, we will end our run. Yeah, and healing cells will quickly disappear, but if we pick them up, they're gonna heal our scratch damage pretty quickly and restore a small amount of our HP. So once the scrap damage is filled, which goes pretty quickly, we are going to regenerate very, very slowly the additional health, right? So it's not going to be as quick. And so they didn't change that from the early access version. In the early access version, they experimented a lot, so there were very different systems for HP, progression, and all that stuff. So I'm expecting the game to be pretty close to the version before release. I wouldn't be surprised to see the one or a few systems maybe overhauled significantly, but I don't expect it too much, right? I expect more content, and not really too many changes to the core aspects anymore. Using the repair robot repairs all of your scratch damage and restores a part of your health. Yeah, so that's basically a healing station we're gonna find in the game. Yeah, I really have to be careful because I'm kind of I've played so much played this game for so long that I'm kind of in autopilot, and this is the tutorial, and I don't want to miss anything new, so I have to be a bit more careful about reading stuff here. Okay, taking down an enemy grants you experience. When your experience bar is full, you level up, increasing your power and health. Okay. And also, you get a new perk, which is the main benefit, I guess. Well, getting the healing is also kind of nice sometimes. Okay, while Bastion is active, increases weapon damage by 30%, fire rate by 30, and movement speed by 18. That's really good. Transforms Bash into Bonk Hammer, increases damage by 50%, Bash takedowns by 6%, drops 6 additional healing cells. I think this one is pretty good. The other one is probably good for melee builds, but yeah. The alternate fire on the weapon at the moment is right click. Do you want to have the bubble on right click instead? I mean, I think I do actually for this class. So what we're going to do here, and this is one of the things I don't like as much because I'm pretty finicky when it comes to controls. I really like setting it up in a more detail-oriented way. And in this case, you unfortunately can't do a setup per class. So at the moment we have one, so it's not a big issue. But once you get more classes, it's going to be annoying to always have to swap between the controls for the individual classes. Yeah, because I prefer having it on the right click here, and the additional alternate fire modes from weapons I usually don't use too much, so I like to have them on Q. Yeah. Oh, the healing bot looks different. Big boy now. I crafted a repair bot. Use it to heal yourself. The text progresses automatically. Usually not really optimal. If stuff is not, read out by the game. So if there's no voiceover, I prefer actually having to click away stuff. So it's kind of easy to miss information that way. Could you check out what's inside that weird structure for me? Because this basically tells you how fast you need to read, right? Listening is usually very consistent between humans, but reading could be very, very different. And one of the great things the game has is the minimap. The minimap is really well made. I mean, it does have a little bit of stuttering. I can't remember the game that the game had before, but that's not an issue. I mean, it doesn't tear, right? As far as I know, the game should not tear. And if it should, we just need to restart and limit the FPS and NVIDIA control panel again. No, it seems to run fine. Okay, one of the things the game really does amazingly well, at least in early access it did, is the map really conveys easily where you need to go, right? It's so smart. You will see later on it's going to color the regions, so you know which path is a dead end or leads to a power up and stuff like that. It looks really cool. I don't know if this is new too, the effect here. The visuals also have been upgraded significantly during the early access period, a little bit comparable to maybe how Hades handled the early access phase. Okay, so this is a jumping puzzle, the one I kind of mentioned before. And now we can select a new weapon. I'm gonna go for the bull shotgun here. And one of the things I really like about the game is how stuff feels. Oh, you can still bunny hop, that's great. You can bunny hop in the game, which makes speedrunning the game really fun. Or annoying, depending on if you like the mechanic or not. Awesome, you found some firepower, let's move on then. I'm trying to read the stuff, but I just might actually just read it myself. I don't know, it's hard to tell for this game. Because it's so gameplay oriented, I don't know how important the story is gonna be. Yeah. And now I want to press Q to activate my shield. Yeah, sounds cool. Yeah, so the gunplay in the game is really good. A bit, I wouldn't say unfortunately, but since Deadlink came out and also had really good gunplay, I think since this game still has a way more gun variety, I still think it's way better when it comes to the overall average gun feeling. But Deadlink, every single gun in the game basically feels very good, and also has great feedback. I still think this game is a bit better when it comes to how the game handles the FPS section, but it's way more varied and it has more skill-based stuff, and Deadlink is basically a bit more flashy, but it still feels very good, right? Both games are kind of different, but if I would have to choose one over the other, it really depends on what you like, right? If you really like just the visceral explosion stuff and really want to have some bang, right, then probably Deadlink is a bit more impactful. But if you want to have a bit more nuance and different play styles and just a bit more, you know, normal feeling, not over the top feeling, then I think this game has a very good gunplay too. And for sure, like a billion times better than Gunfire Reborn, because this is, in my opinion, just Gunfire Reborn as a real FPS. Which might be a downside depending if you even like real FPS, right? Because it's very skill-based compared to Gunfire. Okay, different skill maybe, but still skill-based. The control panel displays information about the map, your class, weapon perks, and more. Yeah, so you can use tab to access it. And one of the things the game does is pause in certain areas. So here it paused for us, the timer. And the timer basically is very important when it comes to scoring. And scoring also leads to, I think, more rewards, so you're incentivized to go a bit quicker. Sorry, I'm kind of... Oh, right. Yeah, that's really unfortunate. We rebound the keys here. We can't do that, unfortunately, so we have to go back into the controls and go for next weapon and previous weapon here. Yeah, rebinding those is... why don't I like to do that? Okay, now it's really hard to tell if up is up or down is down. Kind of hard to tell. Yeah, the icon for up and down is very hard to read from this perspective. I think we got it right. And the reason why I don't like to go up and down with the mouse is just basically because the Superlight, the G Pro Superlight, has issues when it comes to stability. So basically the mouse wheel sometimes skips up or down depending on what you do, even though you're not moving the mouse wheel, right? So it's kind of unstable. Sometimes it just swaps your weapon mid-fight, and I really don't like having weapon swap on mouse wheel because of that, just because the hardware isn't that great. Oh yeah, we can recognize this part is the base camp. Hey Duke! Oh, now that I read your name, I forgot to add you after the stream because I immediately went to eat. So yeah, I streamed last second until I ate, and then since my girlfriend left for 5 days, I spent the entire evening with her and didn't even think about gaming. I'm gonna try to do it this time after the stream. If you want to, you can also just join the Discord server and add me in Discord. That way it's going to happen 100% because I'm actually going to be reminded of it. So if you just type !Discord and then you can find me there on the server and just usually post in general or whatever and just add me in Discord. And then I can see the notification and certainly won't forget. Because I have a notification. Okay, so basically this is the base camp, right? We're gonna see this one a bit more later. And now we're gonna see... Oh yeah, right, we're basically here. As you can see, it is a bit different from the last time we saw it in early access. It's basically... yeah, it's basically completely desolated at the moment, right? We have to rebuild the entire thing. Okay, repairing the generator. Oh, it just taught us how to get out of status effects, which I really like, by the way. Yeah, I have to say something about that. I think the stun mechanic is kind of cheap when you get hit by the ground targeting effect, because I think in first-person games, ground targeting is not so great, so the game sometimes has enemies, and especially the stun enemy, that uses ground target effects to stun you. In my opinion, I don't like that too much, but I like how you get out of the stun by doing the minigame, tapping the keys with a little bit of reaction time. That's cool, but just the way the stun is applied in the game, which attacks apply it, right, is what I didn't like too much in early access, but it was not a big deal. It was just like a small part of the game. Sure, let's repair the regenerator, the generator here. Okay, it took a few days. Interesting. Okay, so this is the base camp. Welcome to our base camp. We'll handle all the expeditions from here. Feel free to take a tour and make yourself at home. So we have a museum, workshop, multiplayer section, locker room, difficulty, and start. Yeah, the game recommends me hard. And I would also recommend you play it on hard. Just because it's a roguelite, right? If you play it on easy, you're just gonna breeze through the game probably. And I like that there are difficulties, but I would also recommend hard for you, right? Or just go with the standard difficulty. I don't know why he recommends hard for me, because maybe I just beat the entire early access version on the highest difficulty with every class and S-rank them too, so maybe the game has a recollection of that, but for sure we're gonna start on hard here. There's no reason why we would start on anything lower than that. And the game is really difficult in higher difficulty, so if you're not a good FPS player, you're gonna probably struggle a little bit more than usual, because the game really gets difficult there. So yeah, but there are difficulties, so I wouldn't say it's a game that's necessarily a difficult game, but just know that it can get difficult if you like that. And it really gets difficult. Hard is actually hard. Compared to a lot of other games where you just press hard and it's just like super easy, it's more like maybe God of War when you go on the hardest difficulty, but it doesn't get annoying, right? Okay, maybe bad comparison. It still is a challenging game. But this is maybe only the first, by the way, hard difficulty here, because the early access difficulty basically was a placeholder, so maybe the game will be very different later on. This looks so cool. It looks a little bit like a Western, like a how would you call it, steampunk, futuristic Western mix. I don't know what you call it, because steampunk is more like, it's different. Western punk? I have no idea. Cyber Western? I don't know how you call it. But what's really cool here, I like this small section here, it's basically the co-op section. And you can just go here and then you can access your session ID, which is unfortunately censored here because I don't want to go and have play. I want to play alone at the moment. But in general, you have full co-op stuff here, and it's also cute. Like they added a little bit of retro gaming hardware here, a Go board, and I just thought about it. Is a Go board the same as a chess board? The easiest way to get mine actually is just to put a type ! Discord. That's the easiest way to get my ID. Yeah, because you're gonna see me on the server and you can just right click or whatever, tap me with the phone and just add me there. Is the easiest way. And this one is cool. That's funny. That's really funny. Wait, let me show you. This one is a traditional Japanese toy. I don't know if you can see it actually. I don't know if I can show it, if you can see it. It's called a Temari as far as I know, right? I can't read Japanese, so I don't know. It's for Kodamas, type G. Kodama is child in Japanese, and everything else here is... No, it's a kendama, right? No, Kodama is a kendama. I don't know what the fuck a child is a kendama. Japan Kendama Association. Then it's called a kendama. I don't really know. I'm bad with things. Kodama is a child. Kendama is probably the toy name. I didn't unpack it yet because it's actually for my niece. But that's what you see here, right? It has a red ball here, but here is a blue ball. That's the wooden thing. It's really hard to see maybe for you, but because I can't unpack it because I want to give it like that to her. And it's like from Japan, right? It's right. We bought it there. So you should be able to fucking read something when the cam actually decides to focus on it. Yeah, here you can tell, right? It's original Japanese thing. We bought it in a toy store there. Well, it wasn't a toy store actually. It was more like a tech store where we bought a Switch controller because mine broke down. Wait, did he actually did the bots delete the message? Is my Discord name the same as Twitch? I don't know if it's Skyleaf or Blue Skyleaf, but the thing is in Twitch you have I think the hashtags, so you need a number to... Really the easiest way is just to go on the server, if it works. I don't know why it actually deleted the link. So if you type this one, I can do it too. I don't know why I did it for you. You can just click the link and basically you're gonna get access to the Discord and also my name. Yeah, that's really the easiest way. Okay, so this is basically cool that they had that there. That's cute. I don't know what that is, but you can tell they kind of like cowboys. And don't worry, the game has a varied biomes, but the base layer basically here is the base is going to be in this canyon here. This is a robot radio that's dancing, and you can tell at least I think you can tell easily that the devs really like games, right? They really put a lot of love into this game. It's not a thrown out, right? I just want to make a big fast buck or anything. You can really tell there was a lot of love and work put into the game. Okay, but this basically is an interactive menu, if you want to put it like that. This is a museum. I don't know what it does actually. This is new. Okay, so it is basically a codex, I think. Okay, the museum basically is a codex. Okay, that's cool. This is the workshop. This is going to be where we're going to upgrade our camp. At the moment we don't have any wrenches, so we can't do anything here. Yeah, this is the class selector. Wow, there's this many classes by now? Wait, no, this is an ability. Wait, how does it work? These are the classes, right? And you have to do certain things to get them, and the game actually tells you, at least gives you a hint to what you need to do. And here, you can select stuff, I guess. Oh no, these are the class-specific upgrades which we found so far. Okay, we didn't see those before, so we can basically tell what you can get in the game. I don't know if you can interact with these later on. Okay, but as you can see, Veteran increases weapon impact by 10, magazine by 25, and energy by 15. Bastion has a 16-second battery, which regenerates over time when not deployed. 16 seconds? What? I'm kind of confused. Okay, 3 seconds uptime? I guess just it has a cooldown of 16 seconds. I don't know what exactly they mean with the battery here. Okay, and you can bash. Immediate attack applying high impact, dealing 55 damage. I think impact is just knockback in the game. And you get 2 additional healing cells when you kill them with melee. Hits against bosses drop 3 healing cells. Guess you can heal yourself during a boss fight, which might be good depending on how you play. Okay, but yeah, here's the difficulty selector, which also looks different. Everything basically looks a little bit different. And what's really cool about the game is this. Wait, I don't know. You can't climb in the game, so I'm gonna have to like this. But what's really cool about the game is that you can go on these rails and just chill around, and you know, go around the entire level like this. That's, I think, is a really cool touch. And there are also mechanics which interact with that, but I think they didn't implement it as aggressively as they could have, because I think they're more of a nice gimmick, but not really a central gameplay element. So you don't really need to use them at any time. So if you don't like the mechanic, you're not gonna have to interface with it. But it's really cool. I like that they added it to the game. And also the game sometimes rewards exploration. Which it might not in this case, so I don't know, maybe there's something hidden up here, but there also might not be, so yeah. And like I said, I'm not that warmed up, and it's pretty cold in here, so we're gonna fuck up a lot of things at the start, but I hope it's gonna get better later on. Have you played this game before, or am I tripping? Yes, we played it a lot in early access, over 100 hours actually. Not all of them, those hours were played on stream, but yeah, it's basically the release version of that game. Okay, now we can see hard here. These are the 4 difficulties. An enemy have 15% more HP, 10% more damage, and attack 10% faster. I think that's what aggressiveness is. Might also be movement speed, I have no idea. Or a mix of both. And you get 1 bonus range per level. And this basically is very, very mild, right? And since they still have the scaling, I would expect there to be a lot more difficulties later on. But what we're going to do now is just basically start the game and start earning wrenches. In the top right corner, you can also tell the difficulty we're currently on. Okay, Duke, I'm gonna accept it at the latest after the stream. Okay, alright buddy, this is my first time exploring there, and with those nasty bots around, I'm glad you're with me. Okay. I think that's all she's gonna say here. Yeah. Cute van, you can look inside, you can see a hammock, I think is the name for that. Hammock, right? Didn't hear the word in quite some time. It does stutter a little bit here, interestingly enough, but usually the game performed pretty well, so I hope they didn't change. And this is a cool touch, I think. They didn't look this fun, weapons inside. Yeah, I think they really increased the detail on a lot of things and made it more fun to look at. Okay, we already had the bull shotgun. We could go with the bandito gun here, which is a McCree revolver. Why not try it out, right? And weapons also have different types of... what I'm gonna do, just for... I know, never mind, it shouldn't be an issue. What I'm gonna do, weapons also have different rarities. This is basically the second rarity. The first one is gray, then green, blue, purple, and then I think it's gold. And maybe they changed it, so this is early access knowledge again. Yeah, and you can see the weak spot of these enemies is the red spot, right? The eye here in this case. And usually every enemy has a weak spot. Okay, we got the first wrench in the game. Interesting, the one was kind of... One guy kind of looked funny, I don't know why. Yeah, and here you can see what's really great about the game. The minimap, you can see that this is going to be a bonus area, basically. It's going to be a jumping puzzle area. And usually at the end of those, there are rewards. And every other area where there is no indicator for bonus stuff is just basically the way you need to go to finish the level. You always know if you're progressing through the level or if you're actually heading towards a dead end where you're gonna get an item. Okay, so here we have different weapons and a power cell. The weapons have a level, which you can see by looking at the star here. These are all level 1 weapons, just like our revolver. And usually they have a significant increase in damage when it comes to an increased level. So usually level is more important than rarity, but depends really on the type of gun. And Later on, what we're going to do is probably select different types of guns over the actual level. So even if there is a higher level here, we might not take it. But at the moment, we could go for a melee build here right away. But I think it's better to get the power cell because it's going to help us later on to get upgrades. And what's really cool in the game is there are a lot of things like, for example, here you saw there was a jump pad, which helps us to get back quicker to the start of the start of the puzzle. There's a little bit less downtime. Okay, we got our level up here. Okay, that's interesting. These are new, so I have to read them. 2% battery. I think I like this one. Sounds pretty cool. So now, as soon as we activate this, I think we're gonna pulse with a certain element. Yeah. And the game's elemental system in general, a lot of inspiration from it comes from Borderlands. So it is very, very Borderlandsy in that way. Oh, and there was a weapon dropped by the enemy. Interesting. I think this is something you can disable later on and get a bonus for it, but we're gonna see about that. Okay, now we don't really have an option here to pick a cell, so we could swap to something else. And since we're in McCree at the moment, one big inspiration obviously is Overwatch, because if you see this, you can maybe tell by the way the weapon's held that this is basically Zarya from Overwatch. And yeah, there's a lot of Overwatch in the game too. So basically it's a bit, you could almost call it Overwatch, the roguelite, but that's not true. There are also a lot of guns from Unreal Tournament, Call of Duty and stuff like that. Okay, show data logs. What? Wait, he wants 5 data logs. I don't even know what data logs are. Did we miss those? These are new, so I don't know what they do. I've analyzed those locked doors. It seems like we need some sort of keys to open them. Okay. Interesting, he has like batteries on the back now. Okay, we need keys to open these. You don't have the key. Okay. Yeah, I'm not gonna spoiler anything I already know when we, I'm gonna spoiler stuff a little bit, obviously, but not major secrets I know from the early access version that didn't change. Yeah. Areas 46 ruins. Okay, we don't have the key either. And this guy, we don't have the data log. So all we can do is go straight here. Yeah, levels are procedurally generated, but tend to be not as wildly different when it comes to how it feels to go through them. And that's a big positive I'm going to talk about in a moment, because I think one of the big strengths, at least in the early access version, was how it feels to go through the levels, right? It has a very, very good gameplay flow. I'm just thinking about something. Yeah, and there was an early access period for the version 1.0 just a while ago. I didn't take part in it because I really didn't want to spoil version 1.0, but they still did a test for it because they wanted to be sure there were as little bugs as possible. And yeah, basically you could playtest it, but I didn't do that. So there will be people which are very, very, they have a lot of knowledge about this version, right, that I don't have. But I think it's more fun to, do it all at once when the game actually releases. Okay, we could go for the Kramer here. What I'm gonna do now is just swap a bit so you can see the gun diversity. I don't like the Kramer that much because it's a heavy weapon, and when you shoot with these, what happens is you get very, very slow, which makes you easy to hit. And one of the things which is important to note about the game is that it's skill-based, and all the projectiles in the game are projectiles and not hit-based projectiles. So basically they have a travel time, and as you can tell, you can evade the shots, right? And you don't have to evade every single shot like that. Usually the enemies are designed that you don't lead their shots, so if you continue moving to the right, you can tell the enemy is gonna miss. But even though that's the case, you don't have to actively dodge everything. There will be mechanics you have to dodge actively, and also the amount of enemies will make it necessary to get a certain groove, right? Okay, now we are slower because I'm talking so much, but whatever, right? You need to kill a certain amount of enemies for the XP rank, and you need to be fast for the time rank. And we got A overall because we didn't manage to be quick enough here. Yeah, and you get a little bit of quick difficulty bonus and a rank bonus, but the rank bonus is only per run currency, right? These cells basically disappear after every run, while the wrenches remain so you can upgrade the base. Okay, now we're on the Oasis. Right, I don't know if there was a story here. Water, I hope it's clean. I should analyze if we could use it back at the village. Yeah, one of the things, unfortunately, we're going to do by accident is probably we're going to skip something. That's interesting. What we're going to probably do is skip a cutscene because I'm so accustomed to just skipping the loading screen stuff, which is usually the story that's being told, so it might just happen by accident. I'm really going to try my best not to do that. It looks so much cooler. They really did a great job with updating the assets in the game to look even more stylized. Okay, this just heals us fully. It's completely irrelevant. And now you might think, oh, it's gray. Is gray better than green? Yeah, if the level is higher, usually if you don't need a specific effect, because let's just look at the weapon, the Kramer here. You can tell it has a green, I can't really show it because I don't have a mouse pointer. On the right side, you can see there's green text, which is only the effect the weapon gets because it's rare. It's a bit like, you know, an RPG system basically. And the white stuff is something it always could have, even though even if it doesn't have a difficulty, a rarity associated with it. Okay, what I'm going to do here is pick the Scout Sniper instead, and this one is going to enable us to do the final test we needed to do for the settings here. And we also have a new upgrade. Yeah, I mean, fire rate in general is pretty cool, so I'm just going to take that. And yeah, so now we're gonna have to test this, and the way I test it, basically, if it's like 1-to-1, I'm just gonna go a bit further away here, and we're gonna select a point we want to have as reference. I'm gonna select this dot over here. Now what I'm gonna do basically is I'm gonna put my finger at one point on the mouse pad where my mouse currently is, and I'm gonna move the pointer over here, and then I'm gonna measure the distance, and then I'm gonna do the same while scoping in. And unfortunately, we just unbound the scope button from the mouse. Which is kind of unfortunate, I guess, but since we almost never use the scope in the game anyway, at least I don't, it doesn't really matter, but for the test we need to rebind it quickly. Yeah, so no primary ability button at the moment doesn't matter, so I'm just gonna do it again quickly. Okay, and once we're done with that, this is basically hopefully the end of the settings here, unless they really added a new mechanic. And I'm going to do exactly the same, put it at the edge of the screen, the green dot at the right side, and move again over here. And now I can tell it's almost off by 2x, so it's way too slow. So they did change that, or at least this weapon has a very low sensitivity, unfortunately. Yeah, so what we're going to have to do now, because it's almost 2x off, I mean, I guess just going for 100% could help. Yeah, we're just gonna put this at 100. And let's see if this actually helps. Yeah. And they changed it. I think 70 was accurate before, and I'm pretty curious to see if 100 is the value we need here. Yeah, 100 is what basically all modern shooters do, so I would also advise you to use that setting if you're used to playing Overwatch, Call of Duty, Valorant, all that stuff. I mean, Valorant maybe a bit less. I don't know how Valorant handles their default scopes, but yeah, if you like a 1-to-1 scope, 100 is going to be the value you want to use here. Okay, so I just updated it quickly over here. And now we should be good to go. I'm just going to accept your friend invite quickly. So bad at this. Okay. Okay, let's go back into the game. And now we should be fine. We should be good to go. We could go and use the scope actually if you want to. But there is actually no... But you can use him as a DPS test? That's new. Interesting. Cool. I mean, it's good to test your weapons, actually. Kind of nice. Yeah, so you can go and use the scope if you want to. But I think no scoping things is usually a bit more efficient. Yeah, should we go with this or should we go with the ability? I still think we're just going to put the ability on right click and not use the scope. Even though I like the scope. But the scope has, I mean, sometimes it has advantages, right? But this one doesn't have any. No, the scope doesn't do anything. So I'm kind of thinking about this. Do we want to, well, maybe let's just put the bubble on, let's just leave it like that and put the bubble on Q instead. Yeah. Because other classes, unfortunately, we're going to have to use the ability on right click. So I'm kind of hesitant when it comes to setting it up. No, I think we're just going to go with the... Scopeless or not? Maybe the primary and the secondary abilities are cooler now, so... Yeah, it's hard to tell. It doesn't really matter too much, but I'm kind of thinking already about the other classes we're gonna play. So this might be a secret here. It's access denied and there's a pink small robot on it. You know what? Every time I see this gate now, after playing so much Lords of the Fallen, I'm like, yeah, let's go into Umbral and go through it. So the mechanic really is my brain, hard-coded into my brain now. And this looks really nice. They really updated everything so nicely. And they already did so much in the first versions. Yeah, because you don't really need to scope in, right? So no scoping is very viable and doesn't really have any downsides beyond you maybe not having the visibility you need. I also think the game is a little bit brighter than it was initially, so a lot of the art here is brighter. Kind of unsure if the game has HDR now and doesn't tell you. Just gonna double check that quickly. It doesn't seem to have HDR, which is good. That's very nice. Yeah, and there are certain enemies... Oh, right, hacked. It's still in the game. Yeah, hacked basically inverts your movement controls. Which can be super annoying. I mean, it's in a good way, right? It's supposed to be annoying. Man, I'm so cold at the moment. We're not... the heating is still off here in Germany because it's kind of not that cold. So, I mean, the heating is on. I can turn it off if I want to, but I still keep it off because it's not that cold, right? So I don't like to waste energy. But since Janine's not there anymore, it did get a little bit more cold because one person basically heats the room a lot less than two. So there's only one PC running, and yeah, kind of unfortunate. How far are we gonna get in our first run? I mean, I'm really washed, so I don't know. And as always, if you want to play optimally without any, impact from, screen shake and stuff like that, you can always turn it off, right? Because usually what happens in games is that if you use a weapon like this, it gets really annoying to shoot at things if you want to see them clearly. So turning off screen shake definitely is like a little bit like cheating when it comes to visibility. But can make all the difference if you, for example, are prone to motion sickness or something like that. The volcano rifle. Okay, I'm just gonna pick up everything I see. I'm not used to enemies dropping anything, so I'm kind of surprised every time it happens. Yeah, this one is a fire weapon. You can tell how much fire damage the enemy is gonna take by the bar. This one's already dead, basically. The visual representation of the status effects is really good. Oh yeah, right, and this thing there just gives you a lot of XP and heals you by a lot if you kill it, so you just have a limited amount of time to do that. Yeah, and the game doesn't explain too many things when it comes to the actual game, so you have to figure out a bit the stuff on your own. Oh, this was one of the best weapons in the early access version when it comes to raw DPS on weak spots. And still seems to be pretty good. Yeah, not every weapon has a secondary attack, but I think every weapon can spawn with one, so even if this one doesn't have one, doesn't mean that the weapon in general doesn't have one. Yeah, I'm kind of not sure if I want to remove. I don't want to remove the screen shake. As much as I like screen shake in games, I'm kind of not sure if I really want to have the screen shake here so hard. I mean, you know, the thing is, there are games with a lot of screen shake, like, you know, maybe Cyberpunk or something like that. But the thing is, you're not shooting the entire time there, right? And usually, I feel like if you shoot a lot in games, screen shake can get very, very annoying. If it shakes all the fucking time, even though I don't get motion sick too much, I still kind of feel it's a bit glaring, right? So I'm just gonna try it out without it. Yeah, let's just try it out and see how it feels. And immediately what you're gonna see is there is still screen shake, right? And the screen shake you see here is a natural screen shake based upon the recoil of the weapon. So the crosshair basically still goes up, but you don't have the additional shake of every shot. And I think this is more than sufficient to, you know, get that shaky feeling, right? I don't need more. And I'm gonna explain a little bit why some games, or a lot of games in my opinion, these days don't feel that great when it comes to screen shake. And the reason for that basically is, first of all, I gotta be a bit more careful here. Yeah, I'm gonna elaborate a little bit on that just in a moment here. And I'm pretty sure I'm just gonna change the settings back because I just tend to not use it properly this way. Yeah, I'm just gonna tell you quickly the reason why is screen shake a feature which is hard to implement correctly. The reason is how your display and your FPS, basically the motion clarity. A 240 Hertz plus display that also hits that amount of FPS is going to have way higher motion clarity than a 60 Hertz, 60 FPS display, right? And then there are also panel types and all that stuff, etc. And basically what it does is that screen shake feels visually different depending on your frame rate. And what happens when you have a lot of high FPS games which are designed for low FPS, like 60 FPS maybe, a lower FPS, not low, but lower FPS, or even 30. What happens is if you have a higher refresh rate monitor and a lot of FPS, you're gonna see everything shake. While the 60 Hertz monitor is just gonna have a semblance of a bit of shaking, you're gonna see everything, right? You're gonna see it clearly. So it's gonna feel really weird because your eyes start to do the unsharpening and not the screen. So it feels super different to the eye, and I think that's something I really noticed with the new OLED TV I bought. Basically is that once the eye becomes the reason things look weird, it becomes way more natural, but some effects don't work as well. For example, what I really like is the OLED display really has no color fringing and no, you know, bloom when black hits white, because it has individual lit pixels which don't bleed into each other. And the funny thing is, your eye still sees the borders when you're further away because it's so bright. The white is so bright. But when you go closer, you can see there is actually no border. So it's a natural bloom effect from your eyes. And the same goes also for the response time of your eyes for effects. When the pixel response is faster, everything just looks more natural. But you really have to be careful when you design games that you don't go and fall into the trap that you don't notice higher refresh rate monitors might actually look shit when it comes to how you implement the screen shakes. That's why I tend to turn off screen shake in a lot of games, besides it obviously being a visual advantage. But usually in games where there is natural recoil, you don't really need it. And also you know, for example, if it's a top-down game, there might also be a recoil when your characters, the camera is centered around your character and everything like that. So even in games like Void League or whatever, it might just feel better to turn it off, in my opinion. Yeah. Yeah, that's basically why I think it's very hard these days to design a good recoil system, and also motion blur, for example, which are techniques which were invented with low FPS, bad display in mind, and now we have these amazing displays, and you don't need these techniques anymore. And game devs kind of, some of them really sleep when it comes to implementing the changes. Okay, primary ability on Q and alt fire on. Yeah, I know it's kind of weird, but we're not going to use alt fire at all, almost. So. Which is not optimal, I admit, but yeah. Yeah, I really like this way more, right? There's already so much shaking going on just by shooting. I'm just gonna double check if it's off, but I'm pretty sure it is. Yeah. And see, the thing is, the devs strongly advise you not to disable this option unless you experience motion sickness. And the reason why they say that is because, why is there screen shake in the game, right? You might think, is there a reason for it? I mean, a lot of people are probably gonna say, sure, I know why, but just if you didn't think about it ever, the reason is to make things more visceral, right? To have visual impact. For example, if you imagine someone punches me, what's gonna happen when you punch me in the face or whatever is I'm gonna flinch a bit, right? I'm gonna get hit and my field of view is gonna move, right? Or when I walk, my head's gonna shake, whatever. When I jump, it's gonna shake a bit more and everything. And that's the reason why when you shoot a gun, you're gonna be rocking forward and backward and stuff like that. And that's why you have screen shake, to emulate that. But the thing is, like I said, unfortunately not every display and an FPS combination basically leads to a good result with the screen shake that's implemented in the game. So I think some games really look very, very bad when it comes to screen shake. For example, Lords of the Fallen, the elevator screen shake was so shit, right? It didn't work at all at higher FPS. And yeah, that's just one of the things you have to keep in mind. So I would not strongly advise you to keep this option on. I would say really look if you like it visually, because it's always a gameplay downside, always, unless there's really an important visual tell with the shake that you can't see otherwise. And it might not make the game feel better if you're at certain FPS. So if you like it, leave it on. But definitely try to turn it off if you don't like it, because it might actually make the game way, way nicer to play. So I don't agree with the dev here, and I also don't agree with the crosshair placement. See, but the cool thing is, how you know that this is a good dev? They still have the options, even though they think it's not the perfect way. And no, everybody has a different taste, so having the option makes this a non-issue. But yeah, they don't force you to play it the way they want, but still, I think in general, I would advise just to check it for yourself, what works better for you. And there are certain guns which have extreme recoil patterns, like the Uzi or whatever. It's so obnoxious to leave it on, in my opinion, because it already has a lot of recoil when you don't have it on. So yeah, but that's, you know, everybody has different tastes, and that's why I probably would have liked a recoil only for shooting off option and for movement on. But you know, like, you know, jumping and everything, but everybody has different tastes, so yeah. Every 0.5 second, your next weapon shots fire one homing projectile and impact. Yo, that's cool. That's something another class had before. Yeah, they changed a lot here, which I really, really like. Yeah, that's the stun mechanic I was talking about, and it is still ground targeting, unfortunate. I mean, you can tell it's coming, you know, the enemy's there and blah, 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 but still I think it's suboptimal. And you can also... Oh, interesting. The map doesn't rotate, but you can turn it on. Yeah, that's way better, having a rotating map, in my opinion. Because you just want to expand the minimap most of the time anyway, so... Yeah, usually I'm not the biggest fan of rotating maps in games. But in this game, I think it really is way more important to know which direction to go than what the overall layout of the map is. Okay, I'm playing really badly here. The good thing is the difficulty is still very, very easy, so... compared to the early access difficulties you can unlock there. Ooh, that's cool. So it's basically, it was buffed from the early access version. And yeah, you can always, you know, explore, go up and stuff like that. We're gonna do that. We're gonna do slow runs where we just try to explore. But now I'm just gonna go for something a bit more, you know, moderately paced. Not full exploration, but also not super speed run through. Oh, we got the Ruins key. Cool. All damage by 20% against stunned and staggered enemies. That looks cool, like a little bit of tracer guns. Maybe these are the tracer guns, because the Uzis didn't really feel like tracer guns in the game. Maybe they added it here. Okay, so this basically means we want to go for... Oh, data logs. That's 3 wrenches. Can't believe she made me build all of this. My joints are completely jammed. Fortunately, good old Diggy gave me a hand, or rather a drill, or I'd have been here all night. I just wanted to have a quiet day. Alright, how do I get back home now? Never mind, all roads lead to heaven 8. Anyway, Danny Lazy. Interesting. Okay, so these data logs are what I meant by exploration. Is probably going to be rewarded. They're hidden probably almost everywhere in the levels. Man, this game, I really love this game. I already wrote in my Steam review for the early access version that it's one of my favorite games of all time. And playing it now really again, it reinforces that feeling. The purplish thing that has taken over the door as well, it seems to be spreading all over the lands. Interesting. So this door... Oh, right! This is a timer-gated door. That didn't exist in the early access version. I mean, minus 6 minutes is quite... Is it only minus 6 over... Is it overall the time we needed? I mean, that would be super quick, but we're gonna see. We're gonna see. I mean, that's something we're gonna go for, obviously. And one of the things you might have noticed is that the additional objectives take up a lot of time. So a lot of strategies in speedrunning revolve around not doing many of the optional stuff in the game. So maybe that's going to be necessary to hit to make that time happen. Curious to see. And it also had a pretty active speedrunning scene comparatively to many other early access games. So I don't know how it ended up because I never did it, but at least when I looked it up, there were a lot of people doing speedruns of the game, which I'm not the biggest fan personally of, just because I really don't like, I mean, I like speedruns, right? And I don't mind people doing the speedruns, so obviously. Just personally, I don't think I would like to speedrun a game that's so random, right? It does feel a little bit more like hoping for a good seed, and that's basically the issue with all the procedurally generated games. When you run them, a lot of roguelites have that issue, and I'm more interested in speedrunning games which are a bit more consistent. Even though a lot of speedruns, I mean, yeah, a lot of speedruns use the most difficult parts of a lot of speedruns basically are glitches these days. And yeah, let's just take this one instead. The other one's really good, but this one is like a little bit fireworks here. Yeah. But glitches are basically very, very difficult in some games. Some of the skips, you can do with those. And yeah, I would like the base game to be challenging and not really the difficulty is just put on low, and then the hard part is doing a 1 frame perfect skip, which is very challenging, right? But it's basically a little bit more cheating. I enjoy still watch a lot of speedruns also with glitches, obviously. But I kind of feel like it's not really mastering the game, it's more like breaking the game to get as fast as possible, which is fun in its own way, but it's still very different from what I would want to do. I probably would be more interested in a glitchless category, which usually also exists, right, for more popular games. This reinforced door was pretty well guarded. I guess we reached some kind of hotspot for them. You better watch out. Okay, this is Digimo. Let's see if he's still like in early access. I mean, he does have a different arena. I mean, visually at least. Oh, does he do the dig effect wherever he comes out? Yeah, the game seems a lot more brighter in many areas. Not that I dislike it, it's just interesting to note. Maybe I'm just misremembering the color palette anyway, so... Yeah, this weapon is basically trash, by the way. I didn't say it before, but since you have 2 weapons in the game, this weapon is basically a weapon you use to apply weakness to enemies, and then you swap to another weapon to do more damage. Since I'm so used to only using... Oh shit, I forgot about the button. Since I'm so used to only using one weapon, I kind of never swap weapons, but you can definitely play with 2 guns at the same time. The game also has some synergies when it comes to that. Yeah, this is going to be really tough because of that. It's going to take very, very long to beat, unfortunately. Yeah, I might even consider going for the starter weapon instead. I'm not sure this is any better, to be honest. No, I think it's just as bad. Yeah, I don't think the other one's much better. Yeah, and bosses obviously are pretty skill based, so we should be able to do it if I don't completely fuck it up. Yeah, I really want an electric weapon. Man, we shouldn't have picked up this weapon. I knew it wasn't that great, but you can... Oh, you know where he's gonna come. Oh, that's new. You never knew where he was gonna pop out from, so that's basically something that they changed. Super interesting to see. They really touch a lot of areas I didn't expect them they would touch. But the attack patterns are still kind of the same. I mean, we could also melee him, I guess, when we have the bubble up. And that would also heal us a little bit. Yeah, usually this fight is way faster, so if you think this is kind of well, not boring, but maybe tedious or something, because it goes on for so long, that's just because we have a really, really bad weapon here. And maybe not the best build, too. Probably not the best build, too. Okay, we made it. Bash deals damage of a random element, increases healing cells and repair bout efficiency. This is really good, because healing in the game is kind of important if you don't play perfectly. Yeah, the time was terrible. There was no way we're going to make that with with this gun. Yeah, so the right build, obviously, of course, is gonna save a lot of time. The modem sound. Oh yeah, I should maybe note, even though I played so much of the early access version, I kind of ignored the story because it wasn't finished, so I kind of, you know, don't remember too much about it. But yeah, so I can't really talk too much about the story, but I really, really like the visual aspect of the game. Yeah, I really like it. It looks super cool, and it's very, very interesting too, how the different biomes are built and everything. So you're gonna see that soon here. It looks really cool once you get out of this place, which also looks cool. But heal cells duration is really good. Dual boomsticks, man. I don't know. These are new guns. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you're gonna see this game a lot on Twitch, by the way, and at the moment it doesn't have that many, I mean, at least when we started the stream didn't have that many channels streaming it, but you can expect a lot of people are gonna play this in co-op with other streamers together, because yeah, Twitch, there are not a lot of great co-op games anyway. I mean, there are a lot, but you know, not a lot of new ones, so I think it's gonna be something you're gonna see a lot pretty soon. These damn tin cans were harvesting food here all along, while we're starving in the desert. Okay, interesting. Yeah, we need to swap the gun, so the main thing holding us back at the moment is our damage, which is super bad. I mean, we have AoE, so that's at least something. And here, that's what I meant, right? These you have to maybe jump over sometimes and stuff like that. So there are a lot of cool ways the game tries to make you engage with the defensive aspects of FPS games. You can just blindly run into everything. And I really hope we're gonna get a better gun. Yeah, I think I never... Can't even remember never not one-shotting these guys on the ground. Okay, this is so bad. We can't actually kill this guy efficiently. There is a new gun here. Very nice. Just gonna pick it up in a moment. Oh yeah, this one is also not that great, unfortunately, but it's way better than the other one. Or maybe our build is just terrible. Yeah, slight stuttering here and there. Maybe it's shader compilation because it's Unreal Engine and we never played the game in this version before. Could be. Yeah, this weapon's also kind of not the greatest in my opinion because it has a lot. You see, it also has a lot of recoil again. So why add additional screen shake if you already have so much shake, natural shake in the game, right? You jump, you double jump. There's so much movement already. I think static games are much more in need of screen shake to make them fun. Like Gears of War, for example, has so much shake going on because the game basically, let's be real, is pretty boring when it comes to movement and a lot of shooting parts, right? Cover shooters in general are pretty boring, in my opinion. Yeah, this gun's pretty cool. It doesn't do a lot of damage at the moment, but what it does is you can spawn little turrets here, which are super cool, and I think they almost deal the same amount of damage as the original weapon, so that's pretty nice. Yeah, and also I must just add, right, the game is in a genre like roguelite FPS. That's such an... There are so little games in that genre, right? It's in that niche. Like, it's something I just have to mention, because usually I say play other games first, blah blah blah. But the reality is, this is probably the first game in that genre you should play, right? Unless you really want to go for a Gunfire Reborn, less FPS style game, but yeah, I don't know. It's just like, there aren't many alternatives to, right? It's a great game in a genre that doesn't have a lot of games, so that's kind of really one of the things why I really want to highlight the game a bit more, because it's really good and there is almost no other games, right? Let's think about the games in that genre. I can think of off the top. Vida Puti Samurai, Gunfire Reborn, Deadlink, Ziggurat, Immortal Redneck, and a lot of others, but all of these, the other ones that are not Deadlink and not this one, are all kind of mid FPS when it comes to how they feel, right? Vida Puti Samurai, for example, all of these games are kind of not that fleshed out, right? When it comes to FPS mechanics, and all the older games I didn't really talk about are also kind of in that vein. So there are not a lot of good games in this genre. And Witchfire, right? And one of the newest contenders is really good, by the way, Witchfire. Yeah, so basically, that was not an all-inclusive list, but just a few we played and I just could remember. And yeah, so basically one of the best games, if not the best game, in my opinion, the best game in the genre so far. Close contender, probably just based on how much I like it personally, is probably going to be Witchfire, because I thought it was really cool how it was done, but Witchfire is way far away from being done, so I wouldn't recommend it for every system, because I think it has pretty high requirements and stuff like that, but it's still a super fun game to play. Reduces Bastion cooldown by 25%, but using it at 8% a chance to hack you. No thank you. an Arctic rifle or just a power cell? Let's go with the power cell. Yeah, unfortunately I fuck up the bunny hops a bit after the pads, but you know. Yeah, jumping really has a cool sound effect. It really feels like you're jumping as a robot. Yeah, and the game can get really difficult, and some arenas can get really challenging, so you might just get like one shot at some point, so just keep that in mind. And as you can see, spawning the additional turrets really does increase the damage output significantly, but it's still not amazing. I really like how they changed the visual effects here for certain things. Yeah, our damage isn't amazing, but the good thing is there is a new weapon here. And this one has cryo damage. Right, we needed an electric weapon instead. That would be great. What's this? Show blunderbuss. Does he always want a blunderbuss? This would be a little bit like Spelunky, where you have to bring... Oh, I think... Was it Enter the Gungeon? There was another game that wanted you to bring specific items. Maybe even both. Enter the Gungeon and Spelunky, maybe. But yeah, so... Oh, in one game I already talked about a little bit. Astrea, we played off-stream as a roguelite deck builder where you have to build a deck of dice. It's also really good. Just want to quickly recommend it because I just thought about what games do we play on stream actually. And some of them I kind of also play off-stream from time to time. If they're like very relaxing or things I just want to do, you know, while watching other streams or something like that. So yeah, from time to time there will be a game that we don't do on stream, but in the future I'm not going to try to minimize these games obviously. Reduces meteornate cooldown to 2 seconds. That's really good. Interesting that we only can select 2 at the moment. Probably you're going to be able to upgrade that later on. We don't have the key. Okay, that's really interesting. So you can unlock the key and later on you're going to have different pathways you can take. And you're also going to get more rewards. So we're at the moment pretty handicapped. And you might already have noticed something, and that's something being us not getting destroyed by the game. And the reason for that is because it's a skill-based game. It's not a stat-based game like... let's take an example, which is maybe a bit more... sounds a bit more mean, but I don't mean it in a bad way. But Hades, for example, is a game... Guard pawn card. Interesting, so you have a collectible system when you kill a certain amount of enemies, or maybe it randomly drops from them. Yeah, so basically Hades has this very strong power progression in the skill tree. This game for sure doesn't have that. It has a good power progression, but not one which is as impactful as in Hades. And Hades isn't even the game with the worst power creep, right? There are a lot of games which are way more aggressive when it comes to damage scalings. And this game basically has a very soft progression when it comes to that, so you can tell our damage is already pretty good even though we basically just started playing the game. So it's a game where you can win your first run if you're good, and it's not gonna really make... I mean, you can also win your first run in Hades obviously, but it's way harder comparatively to later on. In this game I think it will stay kind of on the same difficulty level, right? The game basically doesn't really require you to grind to be successful in the game, which I really like, because it just means you can play the game and have fun and don't need to do the mandatory get killed 10 times until you're strong enough to actually beat the encounters without being perfect at them. Yeah, and also we spend a lot of time in the game, so obviously we do have some semblance of skill in the game comparatively, right? It's not like I just started the game. Yeah, but the game gets really tough, so at times, so we might get fucked in a moment here. Yeah, I'm playing really badly, but it's never too late to win, right? It's very winnable because of the great healing mechanic. The healing mechanic, by the way, requires you to pick up the stuff, and some players might find that annoying if they want to snipe from far away, and I just have to reiterate the reason why that is the case. And first of all, you can get upgrades which enable you to just, you know, suck them in. But the main reason why I think it's a good mechanic is because of how projectiles that move slowly work, right? The further away you are, the more they spread out, and the slower they basically, well, the longer they take to reach you, so you have more time to react to them. So being further away from the enemy has a lot of advantages, right? And it would be totally OP if you could just snipe from miles away and could just basically ignore most of the game mechanics and would also heal yourself, right? So basically, if you want to do that, you have to live with less healing, or you have to go in and be a bit more aggressive and get the healing. So I think it's a very, very good system, which forces you to play a bit more aggressively or more defensively if you don't want to get hit, but stay further away. I really have to get used to the upgrade icon being the bottom left. I mean, there's so many good upgrades here. I just like the top quality upgrade too. I'm kind of curious, Energy Center. I don't know if that one's new. Maybe it is, can't remember this one. I want to have a quick look at our class. Impact by 10%, maximum 25 energy per 15. Interesting, they changed how the base mechanic worked of this class. They made it very simple. And I think that's a great idea, right? Don't make the first class too complex. And I really like how this looks, so cool. I mean, that's really good. Yeah, and there are also melee weapons, but they actually are not that OP. There's a code here. We're powering everything from down here, but it seems like the energy flow also goes further beyond. Interesting, so we need to find out the code, but we don't really need to find it out because we know the code already. Obviously, it's going to be 420, but there's not an... Oh, there's no 0, so it must... There's also no 9. Okay, we can't put in 6, 9, and 420, so I'm kind of fucked. This is cool. Now it's open and you can go in. I can't go in, but you can look at it a bit more. There's a pizza here. You know, I like games which are just about fun, and you know, it's like Mario Wonder too. You just can tell, right? There are games that aren't meant to be edgy or anything. They're just meant to be toys, right? To have fun with, and I really, really like that. And every time, you know, I play these games, I'm just kind of reminded that it's not about the edgy, cool, difficult game. It's just about a game that's fun, no matter what the difficulty is. And a lot of people are like, oh, Mario Wonder's so easy. I mean, okay, sure. Last time I wasn't sure about the difficulty. Now I did a few of the 5-star levels, which are real also kind of easy if you compare it to a precision platformer's most difficult levels, right? If you go for the Seaside and Celeste, it's going to be a billion times more difficult. But the thing is, I still think... I just have to pause because of the time here. I still think the difficulty is challenging enough, I guess, for most players. But it showed me one of the weaknesses of the control design in the game, because basically I remapped every single control in the game because I really hate pressing sprint and jump with the thumb right at the same time. That's so dumb, especially in a game where you have so many buttons which do nothing. So I just put it on, like in Celeste or in Super Meat Boy, I just put sprint on the trigger and jump on the thumb button, right? So it's basically you can do both at the same time. But what it really showed is that the wall jumps in the game work differently than in other modern platformers. And basically what it does is, when you're close to a wall, if you want to do a wall jump, right, you want to jump, boom, like this. What's going to happen in Mario Wonder is, if you press jump here, and you're not pressing into the wall, you're not going to jump. Other games just check the distance to the wall, right? If you're here and you press jump, no matter if you're into the wall or not, it's going to jump. And that makes jumping very, very annoying if you have to do it precise and quickly. Because what you have to do is you have to match your stick to your jump every single time. And it's very finicky to just match an analog stick to your jump, right? If you go into the wall, moving your stick from there to there at the same time as you press the jump button makes it way more complicated. And that's not how modern jump runs do it, right? So I think that's a big downside, I think, when it comes to how precise the controls and how efficient it can be. Also, when it goes about jumping from wall to wall, it's like basically it kills your left analog stick, feeling-wise. Yeah, but that's one of the things I don't like about the game. But otherwise, it's really fun to play, and also we've talked about how the co-op handles the screen space. Not optimal in my opinion. but I still think Mario Wonders is a fantastic game. But I also think Rayman Legends is a fantastic co-op game. So maybe even I would say for co-op, if you just like jump runs and don't want to have a Mario game, going for Rayman Legends, still one of the best co-op platformers I've played to date. Yeah, definitely, in my opinion, better than Mario Wonders when it comes to the cooperative implementation. But it's a very different game, so you might prefer Mario Wonders for other reasons too. But it's still a very fun co-op game, but yeah, still, I think Rayman Legends, I don't know if it's on the radar of a lot of people. It's so sad they're not making a new one. It's such a great franchise, and I'm really, really sad that a lot of people maybe didn't buy into it. And I get why, you know, I think Ubisoft kind of fucked it, right? Even though there are collaborations between the Rabbids and Mario, I think these collaborations just show how bad Ubisoft's characters are, right? Rayman is pretty cool, don't get me wrong, but he's not like cute enough, right? He's not a cute character kids will love, you know, they're gonna find him funny maybe or something. It's a bit like Sonic, right? Mario is just so successful in Pokemon because it has a style which just speaks to a lot of people. And yeah, I don't know, it's kind of weird when you think about that. It would be so easy to make characters which are more suited for that audience, I guess. But I don't know, man. It's kind of weird because all these characters like Sonic, they're cool, right? I like Sonic and I also like Rayman. But when you think about it, when they came out and what you would expect a modern character to look like, they're very, very unfitting for a lot of reasons, right? So it's kind of weird. And Mario, in my opinion, transitioned very well to the future because it was inherently a very, very basic and like very cute design in a way. I mean, sure, if you remember the 2D Donkey Kong, Mario didn't look the same, right? He had the same design, but the sprites weren't as cute, but the idea behind it was cute, right? So, and also the new voice of Mario, let's be fucking real, it sounds like complete shit, right? How could they change the voice of Mario? Every time Mario talks, I'm like, that's not the Mario, and I'm just joking. It actually sounds like the same, right? They just, I don't know, they just probably put some shit voice filter over and casted somebody with a similar voice, and it's so hard to tell the difference, right? And now you have these talking plants too, and I thought about putting them on Japanese, and then I was like, but why would I put them on Japanese? Because Mario and everybody else always speaks in English, so why would I even bother putting it on Japanese? So yeah, I'm playing with English flowers and the new, obviously new voice actor, and I think, you know, it's perfectly fine, right? I don't know if there are people that actually have an issue with the new guy, so I'm kind of curious to see. And you might say, but why did Nintendo do that? And the reason is pretty simple. The other voice actor is getting older, and this is gonna be the main reason here. This is all speculation, by the way. This is just my intellect analyzing things. No real data behind it beyond what I think. I think the main reason is because they want to do a voiced Mario game. And I don't think the old voice actor, maybe, first of all, it's very easy to make somebody sound the same when it comes to Yahoo! Whatever, right? That's pretty easy. But when he talks, it's gonna be different. And they wanted somebody younger that they can use for a longer time, and probably is maybe a bit better at acting when it comes to maybe voicing longer things. So that part I don't know, but for the start, they just wanted to make sure they have a consistently, a consistent way of doing things here. Yeah, so that's why I think they changed the Mario voice actor. Quickly have to write my girlfriend. Okay, let's continue here. Interesting. The text is pretty low res, but that doesn't matter. I don't mind that, right? I don't care too much. You know, it's an indie game. And getting fonts to scale, I mean, sure, they could have used a vector graphic, but maybe would have cost 1% more performance or anything. And the important text still works really well, so that should be fine. Increases critical damage by 40%, but reduces damage by 20%. Not good, and we have the prime candidate for why, because this weapon... Oh, it hit scan, by the way. Probably a bonus attribute, right? Yeah, hit scan. This one doesn't crit, so in my opinion... Wait, why isn't it hit scan anymore? Oh, they re-roll it every time. Right, I forgot about that. Yeah, so basically, if you take this and you don't have a weapon that can crit, so you're gonna have a big, a big issue, so I'm not gonna take it. But otherwise it's pretty good, right? 40% more damage. If your crit is really good, but it would just cost us 20% damage at the moment. Kinda interesting that the music stopped. Maybe we're so slow because we talk so much that we make the music stop, which is interesting because it doesn't loop, obviously. Okay, now, maybe it only comes back when you're in combat. Interesting. Yeah, I don't like that weapon a lot, I already talked about that, but the reason is it doesn't do a lot of damage, right? Yeah, pretty curious to see how close we are to our accuracy once mousesensitivity.com has the RoboQuest stuff implemented. Yeah, that's really unfortunate that they couldn't update it for release, because they probably didn't know it was going to change. A lot of people might use it now and are going to get very wrong values. Yeah, this weapon sucks dick, man. I'm just gonna say it. Yeah, it's not a good weapon. The reason is it's slow, right? We can't move quickly here. Yeah, we're really struggling here. But the good thing is there is a better weapon just right here. I hope it's better. It could be that our build is pretty bad, too, unfortunately. Yeah, do I think we're gonna win our first run? I don't feel really strong at the moment, so maybe not. Maybe our overall power level is a bit low. I mean, better than the other thing. The energy flow keeps going. I don't know what else they're powering with that, but it must be pretty big. I mean, she does leave it on screen for quite some time. I think it doesn't even go away, so maybe it's not as bad as I thought initially. Judged. I can't believe they have me do all this dirty work by myself just because I played a bit of video games during working hours. But the judge ball was very clear with me. Either you clean all these rocks on your own, or I'll vaporize you with my purifying beam. It's not like I had any choice. But now I probably have to hope to cure my back pain anymore. Okay. But that's, you know, since we're going to stream a lot, it doesn't really matter. But I think HDR is an easy win for graphics, right? Because you don't have to do that much to make a game look much more vibrant and interesting on certain screens. So it's in my opinion, a pretty low cost investment if you have somebody that's good at it, but maybe they didn't, right? Maybe they don't have money for an additional team member. But maybe, I mean, probably they don't. Very interesting. So we're getting the old bonus here from the class, but as a new passive bonus, basically. Yeah, and I also played it so much with my own music that I don't know if the soundtrack is new. I'm pretty sure they're new songs. Yeah, but after 100 hours, right, yeah, I prefer to have my own soundtrack in for these types of games. But that's something with multi-streaming I'm gonna see if that's even gonna be possible on Twitch, because with Twitch you have the VOD soundtrack, but YouTube doesn't seem to have that feature as far as I know. Yeah, I don't know if they changed the jump, right? I fuck up the double jump so much. I don't know if it's new that you have to hold the jump button. I might even put that feedback into a thread pretty soon. Because I think that's a very, very good feature to remove from the game if you Want to make it more accessible to some people. I mean, it's good it's in the game, but I'm not sure the game really needs it, right? It's so much fun. It looks really different in a way. So they added a lot of small details here. I said I'm gonna swap to all the new weapons, basically. That's what I'm gonna do, but I still think the other one was really good. Oh, this one's also good. But you can tell, right? Every weapon still has screen shake. So even though I turned it off, the recoil is still there, and it's a visual recoil pattern and not a crosshair base, which I really like, by the way. I hate crosshair based recoil. And a few games like Cyberpunk let you choose between the two. And yeah, depending on how much CSGO you played, you might prefer the other, but I still think modern games, right, they kind of figured out having the crosshair recoil together with your camera is kind of better. And from a realism standpoint, I think you can argue that both are equally realistic depending on how you shoot with a weapon. Like if it's, yeah, so I think it's nothing where you can say, yeah, that's basically cheating or anything. It just makes it more accessible and more intuitive to play. Everything we do here is super abstract anyway. I mean, I'm moving a mouse and pressing keys on my keyboard, right? It's not like I'm actually aiming a real gun. And this gun feels really good. And I really like the new visual effects. Yeah, so I'm just gonna say this is gonna end up very, very likely to be a 10 out of 10 for me, this game, also in the release version. I mean, it just feels amazing to play. This seems like a key area, but brace yourself, they probably didn't expect us to get that far. The Squire. I applied as Sir Catercoast the Squire. If it allows me to stop breaking my back on these construction sites, I'll do anything. And well, I have vertigo. I'm afraid of speed and I don't particularly like giant insect robots, but on the other hand, I'm sure I'm a perfect fit for the job. I don't know about that one. And I kind of appreciate they didn't use AI art. I mean, let's be real, I wouldn't mind if the game did for a lot of things, but for example, every time we pick something up, they don't have an artwork extra for it. In the future, I'm probably going to think that a lot of the games are going to have way more artwork because they're going to use AI augmentation for that. But yeah, this game came out when AI wasn't that far, so it's pretty normal, I guess it doesn't have that. But I wouldn't mind, right? I'm not an anti-AI artwork guy. Even though, of course, I'm very well aware of the implications for, you know, all the job opportunities for artists. And yeah, I mean, you know, it's just, they're just among the first ones to be affected by it, right? It's gonna affect everything. So it might seem like an unfair moment, but in the long term, everybody's gonna get fucked. So depending on your opinion on that, you might be very, very out of luck because it's gonna affect everything, right? It's not like just, it's not gonna be only art. It's gonna be every job on the planet that's gonna be changed by it. So, and I say changed, but realistically, you could also say it's gonna become, right? Every job is gonna become dehumanized pretty soon. Not every, but most of the jobs. At least when it comes to efficiency, right? So we're gonna have to go up here. Oh my god, this is gonna be so annoying. Yeah, our damage is so bad that we actually have to go up here. Kind of mind-blowing that we have to, but it's so fun. Such a great boss fight. And the bosses are kind of more difficult than your average FPS bosses, especially if you have a really bad build like we do. Isn't he gonna come from here? And this is really fun. Yeah, this is a cool boss fight. I really forgot how cool it was because I'm kind of ass at it too. Come on, please kill him. Thank you. I don't do any damage, man. We unlocked the Recon class, but yeah, not a great run to be honest. But I mean, yeah. But we talk so much and we take our time, so it's fine. Wow, look at that. I'm gonna just do it, I guess. And look at all this food. I wish I could, the others could see this. brunch. Nom, nom, nom. Now you're stealing my apples, vermin. Oh my god, this is like, you know, Bible thing. Oh hey, it's that nasty little virus. It's that nasty little virus again. I am not a virus. I am your father. I am Iris, the AI ruler of this world. I see that the exile taught your ignorant species nothing. Okay, so it is actually Adam and Eve. And the snake. Exile, we lived here? Yes, you lived in my city. Breathed my air. Ate my food, mine. You sick psychovirus, you made us suffer, and for what? Okay. You know what? We're taking it back. Is she an extremist? I don't know, kind of extreme. Yeah, just try it, pathetic human. Okay, we're kind of aggressive here. Nice blow, and I think I know where to go next. I don't know, see if there's a brothel in town and... No, but seriously, kind of aggressive characters we have. I mean, we toot a lot. Interestingly enough, the robot's killing a lot of robots, and since I'm watching Pluto at the moment on Netflix, this is kind of feels more relevant. An orbital shotgun. Sure, why not, right? Didn't they call that blast shotgun before? Wait, what exactly does F do in the game? Is F even bound? Increases meteor-nade throw damage by 50%, explosion radius. I still like that a lot. I don't know what maximum battery does, probably... Wait, what is this battery mechanic? Am I just stupid? Because Bastion has a 16-second battery, which regenerates over time when not deployed. But what does that mean? Right, what does that mean? Does it mean it has a 16-second cooldown? Maybe, but why would I want to increase the battery? So would it decrease? I don't know, it's so weird. Yeah, I'm kind of curious, what was on F in the game? Is there anything that F does? Because if F does nothing, why didn't we put the upgrades on F? Ping. Well, why would I care about ping? Who gives a shit? I don't need to ping anything, I'm not playing in co-op. Yeah, why not put it on F, right? Interesting weapon. Okay, I'm glad we made it this far in the first run. Let's follow this beam. I'm sure you will find that Iris down there, and then you'll do your thing, okay? I mean, obviously, if you played the early access versions, you know a lot of the biomes we're going through at the moment. And I can't really judge how the game would feel for somebody that didn't play the early access version. But I can appreciate the changes a lot more, obviously, because I know how it was before. But I must say, they stayed pretty close to what it was originally and just fine-tuned it, which was the right thing to do in my opinion. Because the big changes they made in early access were, I think, very good. And making big changes for release with things that worked in early access is, in my opinion, not the right way to go forward. So I think it's very, very good idea they did it this way. Yeah, our damage is absolutely dog shit, unfortunately. That means we're gonna probably die here. I don't know if we shouldn't have taken this weapon, to be honest. It looks like it's pretty bad. Okay, good. Am I stupid? Oh, right. I think these couldn't be at that spot. They might have changed the enemy spawns a bit too. Okay, what do we need here? A ticket. Okay, that's new too. Yeah, so these enemies weren't placed as aggressively throughout the level. Interesting. Yeah, the time limit doesn't really matter, right? We're not trying to go for an S rank anyway, so I mean, it's impossible. We didn't S rank a lot of the things. This one is pretty good. Oh, and it's also the shock rifle, only with fire in this case. I'm trying to think about if I like the change where they put the small enemies, because there are a lot of them now, and they're not the most visible type of enemy, and they are kind of distracting in my opinion. I think I liked it better when they spawned on different locations. I mean, for sure they make the game a little bit harder, I guess. And our damage is so bad. I just... Oh, did they change the shield enemies? That would be so cool. I hated those. They made this area so difficult. I mean, I didn't really hate them, but they made it really difficult. They still seem to put up shields though, so maybe they don't do it 100% of the time anymore. Yeah, this enemy... I mean, we don't do a lot of damage. I'm just gonna be real with you. Our damage is pretty ass, so... And also rerolling our weapon afflicts every single time. Kind of suboptimal. Man, I'm so cold. Usually I don't wear a t-shirt, but I like wearing a t-shirt for playing FPS because it's just nicer with the mouse pad. I mean, that's really good. But that's more consistent. And both of these are super good. Right, if we never reload, we're never gonna throw the thing too. Interesting. Yeah, and one of the reasons why I actually don't use the alternative weapon modes too much is a very simple reason actually. And the reason is that not every weapon has it, so I don't get used to it, right? Because if you have a certain gun type and you want to use right click and it doesn't have it, you're just gonna feel bad. So I kind of got used to never using it. So in my opinion, the solution would have been to give every single weapon a secondary attack. Even though that might change the balance a little bit, I still think they should have balanced around that so it's more consistent and people get used to using alternative weapons too. I mean, these enemies are super tanky, the big ones. And maybe they also changed the HP on them, I don't know. Yeah, this is pretty tough, I'm not gonna lie. We're probably gonna get fucked here. I mean, I'm really trying my best, right, to make the first run happen. But it might also not happen at all, so just get ready for a death, unfortunately. But this weapon is good, right? I'm not gonna complain about that. And even with the worst setup, since it's skill-based, in theory it's always winnable. Wait, did we take friendly fire damage? No, I don't think so. Yeah, these small enemies everywhere, we don't need to kill them. Oh, that's also new. Cool. A data log. Can't read this, I think. We don't have access denied. Interesting. So unfortunately I couldn't read the lore because it was mid-level and it didn't pause. Maybe I could have paused, I don't know. And I really like the disintegration effect on the enemies here. Man, the game looks really good visually. I really like the visuals. It's not from a technical perspective when it comes to, right, visual fidelity and all that shit. It's more like how the effects are made, right? It just looks nice and full to the eye. Yeah, we might make it through the level too, which is nice. Yeah, I really like the rotating map here. Helps find where to go. Yeah, depending on the game, obviously I don't like rotating maps that much, but since here it's optional and it fits the game well, I kind of like it. And also I think the game, I mean, obviously these aren't humanoid enemies and whatever, but I think it's a fun warm-up too if you are into FPS, competitive FPS, because it's basically, it is not an aim trainer by any means, right? The enemy patterns are pretty simple compared to what an aim trainer offers often. Okay, we're actually dead. Yeah, there's no way we're gonna make this happen. That was super unfortunate because I wasn't paying attention. Yeah. Yeah, this is not gonna happen anymore, unfortunately. Just knowing my... I just know that I'm gonna get hit here. Yeah, as you can see, you can play very defensively too, so the game doesn't force you to go in at all times. Yeah, but this is very unfortunate. Yeah, the shield is so short too. Yeah, there are enemies everywhere, but they're just the small guys here. You can also go on top of the roofs, by the way. The game is very open when it comes to that. Yeah, I can already tell that I don't like the small ones. Okay, we got an enemy card here. Jetfly. Curious, is it random? Is it not random? Okay, we didn't die yet. We need a ticket, but I don't know where we're gonna get that ticket. It's a blue ticket, and the other one I think was a red ticket. But whatever the case, we can leave now if we want to. Or we can go and try to get a little bit more health by killing a few enemies. Which might also do the opposite. This is green, right? That's so weird. I don't have a single ticket. And I think we killed everything on the level. So maybe the tickets are on the rooftops? Maybe, or maybe you get them somewhere else. Maybe this is something you unlock via a skill tree, or maybe something like that. Yeah, I don't know, but I really like the visual design here. Yeah, these are just additional HP if we don't get hit. If we get hit, we're fucked, so... Yeah, there are so many small enemies everywhere. Yeah, let's just go out of this level. Where do we need to go? I think here. Maybe the small enemies are also not meant to be killed because they don't drop health, right? There is no reason here. And I don't even know if they give XP, so they might just be there as an additional, you know, so it feels a little bit more threatening to go through the city or something like that. Do you ignore them or something? Okay. I mean, that was still an A, but obviously we took a lot of time just moving around. All shock damage by 10%. I mean, sure, why not? It's gonna be so random with our loadout if we do shock damage or not. That's closed again. Interesting. You can't jump up there. I'm just gonna look around a little bit because there might be a secret that's easy to find. I don't think there is. Where is she? There she is. This must be where Iris is hiding. My sensor tells me this is the center of that corrupted purplish thingy thing. Okay. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we're gonna get fucked, by the way. That's really good. Yeah, like I said, I'm gonna try my best here, but the last levels tend to be way harder than the rest of the game. I mean, that makes sense, right? So maybe I'm gonna get completely destroyed here. I'm not sure if they nerfed the safety bubble. Wow, there are a lot of enemies over there. I mean, having a weapon afflicts is pretty good, I guess. I'm gonna try this one out. I mean, it's really good. Yeah, this one is really good. It doesn't have any effects on it, but the damage is kind of sick. Yeah, the damage is really nice. Wait, where is the enemy? Oh my god, I'm so blind. Why did they change the color? Is it because it's cryo? Oh, it's because it is cryo. Interesting. Sure, I'm just gonna swap the weapons here a little bit, but I don't think this weapon is inherently better. But it is a shock rifle, which fits our build really well, so... And it doesn't have a secondary weapon, I think. No, wait, it does, right? Maybe it doesn't. Yeah, in a way it's not amazing. I think the other one is a bit better, but it might be better against bosses, so what do I know? Because we have the bonus on stunned enemies, so maybe that's cool. Yo! Wait, what? Commando? Alright, we got the commando. I think it was based upon killing a few enemies. Oh my god, it's getting so fucked. Okay, good. We're not dead. Oh my god, that's so good. Increase burn damage, increases your... Oh, no, we can't do that. I don't know if this weapon is new, but I like the one we have going at the moment, and it has synergies, so... I sent you my work on Discord when you got time of stream. Have a look at it and let me know. Yeah, sure, I'm gonna look at it. Okay, I mean, even if we don't defeat the final boss, seeing it right the first time around would be really nice. Wait, what the fuck? The new Oh, I can't talk anymore. Yeah, so the effect when the enemy dies, the new one, disintegration effect, is pretty cool. Nah, we're just gonna stick with this gun because, like I said, it has a little bit of synergy with what we need. And okay, this seems to be going really well though. We're at full HP and closing in on the final dumping puzzle here. Yeah, wait, could we even spend? We have 50. Wait, we don't have a shop. That's what's missing. Okay, we didn't unlock the shop yet. Okay, that explains why we can't get so strong. Okay, so you are kind of handicapped in your first run. Or maybe your first few runs, but it doesn't seem too bad, to be honest. Cool. I mean, XPA, who gives a shit, right? We could get an S rank here, but since we don't play for rank, it doesn't really matter too much. We would just need to kill a few more enemies, but that doesn't, like I said, that doesn't really matter. And we're not close to getting another level up too. And maybe we're even gonna get it here, right? I hate these dashing enemies. They do so much damage. Okay, cool. Okay, final boss time, man. My hands are so cold. Wait, it's not the final boss. There's a... Oh, is there an additional level? I shouldn't have used the shield here. Yeah, Uncle Jimmy is a pretty... Right, did they fix the performance issues here? This was one of the biggest problems the base game had before. Was that the performance here was really, really bad. Oh my god, I'm playing so badly. Yeah, sorry, that was terrible. Yeah, I don't know why I use it that way. I'm gonna get stunned pretty soon. I think they redid the fight a little bit. Or I'm just so weak and I'm not used to being so weak. Oh my god, I'm playing so badly here. I don't know why I'm so bad. Maybe it's because the jump is different. Okay, no way we are gonna win this. The thing is, I don't know how this fight really goes, right? I'm so bad at it. Obviously, right? Oh my god, you rolled us. Fuck me, man. So close. But we deal 0 damage, right? But 47 minutes is kind of okay for a runtime. And it wasn't even the last level, I think. It was they added a new one, so we weren't even close. Which is fine, right? Yeah, it's an okay first run, and I'm pretty sure we're gonna do better in the future. Maybe not the next run, actually. Let's go and see our base camp here. I would have liked to see the stats too, but I forgot that the screen might be new, actually. Hey, looks like you found some branches. I think I might be able to get something out of them. Collect branches during a run, spend them at the workshop to unlock your permanent upgrades, improve your base camp. Yeah, the roguelite progression basically here. Each class has its own specific abilities and talents. You can consult and select classes in the class area of the locker room. Okay. So let's see, what can we unlock here? Yeah, that is so important. That is so important. Yeah, these are so important. Yeah, you should take all of these here. And I mean, that's nice, but not that relevant. I mean, it does make it more fun to play, but it's not that relevant. Yeah, an additional weapon as a choice is really good. Maximum HP 40. Also kind of huge, not gonna lie. More effects. I'm not sure, which one do we want? I think more max HP is pretty good. I think we start with a very low amount here. So this is all we get, but I think it's quite a bit. These are very, very impactful up here. Yeah, I mean 40 HP when we have 200 now is... like what, 1/3 more HP? 33%. Yeah, so this is what we found, the class-specific ones. My goal is going to be to beat the game with every class once, so we're going to start like that. So I'm going to play this class again, until I beat the game once. And then we're going to move on to the other classes, even though we already unlocked them. So that's basically my plan. But there are still a lot of things missing, which will make the runs easier. But like I said, it's still very, very doable at the start. And I don't think we can actually go any higher than hard. West Invaders 3. And also I just need to check my PMs quickly. Okay, he's dancing. How many runs are we gonna do? Because the thing is, food's not gonna this time around. I'm gonna have to order food or something, or just do it myself. So, yeah. So it's kind of up to me to when I eat, because I don't have to synchronize it with someone else. Yeah. I think I'm just gonna order food today, so I should probably do that pretty soon. Just have to think about what I want to order. Should we go with a classic pizza start, just to just to be safe here? Yeah, I mean, just to start with the pizza for the first day. I don't want to think too much hard about what I'm gonna order here. Fuck, no, they have fucking icons for everything. Interesting. Yeah, I really don't know which of those foods I want to order. I'm kind of not sure about that. Oh, Daniel's playing Dead Space 3, so I guess he dropped Lords of the Fallen. Okay, yeah, I didn't play it for a week. Um, yeah, so we're just gonna take a little break, and I'm gonna order food. It's gonna take maybe like 5 minutes, so just so you know. And then we're gonna do our second run until the food is there, and I guess it's gonna be like one more run. It could also be there sooner, but I'm gonna try to finish it anyway. Oh, wait, I should order food before I start doing stuff. Blah blah blah. You want 12 euros? I don't know. It's just, I don't know. I think I'm just gonna be real. Self-made pizza is number one, and going to the restaurant is probably number two. Number three is oven pizza, deep freeze pizza, whatever you just put in the oven. And number four is delivery pizza. I think they always arrive in such a soggy state, no matter where you order, that they just taste a bit less good than the pizza you can get otherwise. So yeah, kind of unfortunate. So every time I'm ordering pizza, I'm like, I don't know, man. I should just put it in the oven instead. Yeah, I'm just gonna try to compare the two here quickly. Where you feel like investing too much time into ordering stuff. Wait, how much money do you? They do such interesting boxes here. Interesting. Kind of super weird. Almost like a cinema, you know, something we would expect to get in the movies or something. A pizza with a small snack with it. Super weird. Okay, what's this? Seriously, they also have this dip style? Is that new? I don't know. Maybe the larger brands have. There are a lot of people that just want to snack or something and don't want to order real food. I'm kind of confused here. Sure. Jesus Christ, €4 delivery costs. I mean, seriously, what the fuck is this shit? And how much does this cost here? I mean, some of these are seriously disgusting. Like, how the fuck can you ever... I mean, seriously. Ew. No, I mean, they're probably okay, but just... I don't know, man. Some of these are fucking weird. Okay, I could also take something with cheese only, but I don't care too much about that. Well, I don't know, man. Just thinking about eating some of those makes me not want to eat them. I don't need... See, they have €1 delivery cost, and the other ones have €4 delivery cost, €1 service fee. Like, crazy. How the fuck would you... I mean, €5 for nothing, right? Like, how about you go fuck yourself? Yeah, I mean, seriously, that's just fucking pathetic. Okay, so we are gonna go ahead and order, and once we're done with that, should be good to go. Okay. Estimated delivery time, let's see, 20 to 40 minutes. Wait, let's see. Oh, they didn't change it. Sometimes you order, it's 20 to 40 minutes, and then you click on it, and it's like 1.5 hours, and you're like, fuck you. Yeah, but that's not the case here. Okay, cool. Let's go and start a second run. Sorry for the brief interruption here. But the man's gotta eat, right? No, we don't. 30 days without food would be possible, so technically I don't need to eat. We never had the Repro SMG. I don't like the SMG balancing too much. The game, I think the game kind of has weapons which are a bit too weak when it comes to full auto, but maybe they rebalanced it for the release version, because I really get the feeling that all the weapons that can just basically almost one-shot enemies or two-shot them are way quicker when it comes to killing enemies and way more efficient when it comes to clip size and everything. So, but that just could just be me. You want to die? There's one single fruit fly here. Oh no, there is 0 fruit flies here. I'm just gonna be right back. Yeah, really annoying, the single fruit fly here. Usually I don't kill them. I just put up a trap that kills them. No, seriously, I mean, you know, I respect other living beings. You know, I don't mind spiders putting up webs or whatever. But unfortunately, some of them are really obnoxious and don't respect my personal space, and then killing them usually, unfortunately, is the only option. And the more you kill, the less they can reproduce. So basically you are saving yourself potentially having to kill a lot of them. So yeah, but fruit fly is definitely one of the more annoying insects around there. And unfortunately no easy way to get rid of them without killing them. I mean, beyond managing the reproduction right by not having a lot of them. I'm also super careful when it comes to leaving food lie around and all that stuff, but even then it's almost unavoidable to get 1 or 2. Increases explosion damage by 20%, decreases their radius by 30. I mean, that's good, right? It's objectively good when you don't need AoE, and most of the time AoE is not that important, so... Oh wait, I just saw that. Like I said, at the start of the game, we're not going to focus too much on the other stuff. On speedrunning and being fast and everything. I mean, not speedrunning, right? Just being faster. This guy here. Oh, wait. This guy, I saw him again. He's the friendly robot with a green eye. So maybe we shouldn't kill him, or maybe we should bonk him or something? They almost got me this time. Thankfully, pretty reset their heights. Blah blah blah. Ready marshmallow. Okay. Okay, wait. It looks like there is a pretty weird bob with a green eye in those canyons. It looks different from the others. Does he like roasting marshmallows too? So do we need to use fire on him? Or do we need to let him live? I mean, both of them, both could be valid here. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. Oh, and by the way, I just... Wait, what is this? This looks kind of weird, but we can't stomp, right? We don't have a... As far as I know, we don't have a stomp in the game. I don't know, man. This new stuff here. That's really good too. Kind of don't know if I like the perks display here. I like it a bit more central and aggressive, so you don't miss it. I mean, I know it's going to be annoying mid-fight, but since this pauses the game, I guess it's only annoying maybe in multiplayer. Oh, that's so good. That's really, really good. Oh, that's how you unlock new stuff? Interesting. Wait, what? 30 more? Jesus Christ. I thought we had a lot of them. Guess not. I mean, Chef Paul really looks very chefy. They may have the number advantage, but we definitely got the edge in brain and muscle. I mean, we don't have the key, right? We have this key. Cool. Path unlocked ruins. Yeah, and the speedruns were also divided into paths because every path had a different runtime, because obviously not every path was equally difficult and long. So it really cut, it really increased the amount of categories, which is never that great for a speedrun in the first place, because usually there are not that many players playing, and then you always have so many categories, and some are just dead, basically. And also the game focuses on very, very heavy re-rolling, which makes the runs themselves more consistent, but also kind of makes every run kind of annoying, because you just have to spend 5 to 10 minutes re-rolling shit until you get the optimal weapon. And I think that's really unfortunate, right? They could just have a speedrunning mode where you can select your weapons, or maybe even have fixed seeds or whatever for categories, right? Like a speedrunning seed or whatever, so people can have comparable times on that seed. But then again, why would you even care that much? I don't know. The game would need a very, very competitive scene with a lot of interest in it to make that worth your time as a developer. Oh my god, this guy is unkillable? Nice. I made it. Yeah, I would love to see this on my OLED TV, but since it is a mouse and keyboard game, it's gonna have to wait until the OLED hits the PC market next year. I mean, the OLED I want to buy hits the market next year. Oh, and I also saw a little video from Digital Foundry about the Switch's next hardware, and yeah, it's roughly as expected, and I also expect that I mean, we really are bad time-wise. I mean, yeah, sure, we're fucking around a lot. I really expected to have a good support for DLSS, because as the video showed, DLSS had a large performance impact for high resolutions if you don't have the required hardware. I mean, that's just good, right? I mean, I also like the weapons, don't get me wrong. Again, I missed it. Yeah, that's pretty good. The reason why I mean, come on, I'm just gonna take it. It doesn't make us really good at anything, so, okay, so we give it to him and he does nothing for now. Maybe later on. Oh! Kinda cute. Interesting. Are they just there, or can we actually burn this down? Interesting, a lot of new secrets here. I hope that's not the lost city you were escorting me to. Nope, the one we're escorting her to is even worse. And like I said, this weapon not my favorite weapon of all time, so yeah, and I'm not really concentrated either right now. I don't know, it's just kinda, I think I'm kinda hungry. I just didn't notice it, because I'm usually kinda bad at noticing I'm hungry while I'm playing games. It's not like I'm gonna starve or anything, right? I'm gonna eat something, but it's more like in the moment I don't really notice it. Which is good, right, if you don't want to eat too much. But it's bad if you actually don't want to go low energy at some point, and then you don't really realize you are until you think about it. Yeah, so what's the impression of the early, the version 1.0 after one run, basically? It's very good. It's very good. It's very good, like the early access version. Feels very much the same as the pre-release version, with a little bit more polish here and there, nicer visuals. I mean, a reset progression, obviously. Game didn't even give you the option to keep the original progression, which is good in my opinion, because it would just make playing the version a bit less interesting. It would have reset anyway, so that's nice. But it just feels really good, really good. Definitely still the same good game I liked in early access, and in an even more polished version. So let's talk a little bit about how much are we going to see on stream from this game, because I did play a substantial amount of time already. So in the early access version, I would expect to see quite a bit of it, but probably not everything. So it's not going to be like we're going to do a 100% completion run or anything. And that's just because, as always, you know what the reason is. The reason is time, right? Time and how many other games there are. So it's very unlikely that we're going to do a 100% run on stream, and I might also do a little bit of stuff off stream when it comes to just doing a few individual runs and stuff like that. I'm gonna try to unlock most stuff on stream though, but it's gonna be difficult if just, you know, for example, just want to watch a little bit of the stream and just have a few minutes to play the game, but I don't really have a lot of time and can't stream at that time. This is basically a roguelite where you can just, you know, go for one run and have a good time. And yeah, that's what I really like about it. So I just might use it again for that, and that might just lead to us not really unlocking everything on stream, because there also is not a save file system, as far as I know. Yeah, so we can't really do an off-stream save file, and even then, you know, right, it would still lead to situations where I unlock new stuff I already know about. Hitting an enemy with bash or headbonk, I mean, that's so good. 50% damage. And that's also so good. But only for 2 seconds. And there's so many good things here. I mean, we do have a bubble, right? Interesting. RoboQuest protocol activated. Guardians find survivors and bring them to the back safety to haven cities. So that's what he basically is trying to do. Tech room key. Oh right, we got the key. But we needed this class to get in here, or a class that can maybe dash through or something. Interesting. Oh, this is also an alternative level exit. We might have missed something now. Scrapyard. Oh, there's a flashlight. You know what this reminds me of? Atmosphere-wise, of Half-Life 2. The moment you come out and you get, you know, the creepy zombies and everything, and you have a gravity gun and you can take the saw blades and kill the enemies. It just feels a bit like that. I don't know why exactly. It looks obviously different, but kind of has the same vibe here. And wrenches. I mean, that's... I always said meta progression before in-game progression. Sure. Let's buy them. I mean, 10 is a lot. It basically doubles, almost doubled what we currently had. I'm not so sure why there are green ones. I mean, cool. There's even a visual effect when you shoot the leaves. Really cool. I mean, I like this, right? This is really cool. And it's new. I mean, I'm not going to mention every time something's new. So, right, if you want to know what's new or not, you just have to watch the pre-release version. If you want to know everything that's new, basically. But this, for me, is new, right? So sometimes I'm going to mention it. Yeah, why not? Let's go with this weapon, even though I don't like it too much. I still think a higher level weapon is going to be better. Which might just be pure copium, to be honest. It's going to be really curious to see how little damage we're going to take now, because we have a substantial amount of armor once we get hit. But our healing is very limited at the moment. Yeah, one of my favorite builds basically in the original game was a high healing build where you could get hit and regain your HP pretty quickly. Just because it made higher difficulties a bit more viable. Because usually, I mean, the amount we get hit here usually would have mean we would already be kind of dead, right? So I still would have to play a lot better than now. But it kind of made, you know, it less like get hit once and you're fucked forever. Yo, this recoil is kind of insane. Seriously? This gun has so much recoil, and this is without screen shake, right? That's why I turn it off, because I just think the amount of screen shakes you have in the game is super insane. Just because of the recoil alone. I mean, let's just turn it on, right? How does this weapon look if you have the screen shake enabled? Yeah, let's just look how crazy it's gonna shake. Maybe it's even better, I don't know, maybe they made it... Maybe they compensate the weapon shake. I don't get the feeling it's worse. Maybe it's even better. Maybe the way the screen shakes compensates for the actual shaking, the recoil shake. I never thought about that actually. Maybe they use it in such a way that they try to compensate the recoil. I mean, I wouldn't even know how that works, right? Because it wouldn't actually make sense. Yeah, I'm just gonna try that out once we're in a safe space and I don't have a time limit. Yo, we got the cryo fly. Yeah, we don't have a lot of HP. And our damage is complete dog shit. Wait, did he stun me? Yeah, let's just do a screen shake comparison as soon as we can. For that we need to keep the weapon, unfortunately. Or we could just say fuck the time. Just fuck the time and just wait here. I mean, it does shake like crazy, right? Like, holy shit, does it shake crazy. Wait, not ranking, no. I want to enable camera shake. I mean, it doesn't change all that much, right? I mean, it does still shake a lot. Yeah, I don't know, man. I just, to be honest, I can't really tell. With this weapon, it already has so much shake. They might just have gone with a little shake. Let's just see for the knife. Yeah, very minimal, straightforward shake here. Yeah, here you can tell it's actually way more. And also on the reload, it does a little bit of shaky stuff here. Does it also do it when we disable it? Oh, it doesn't do that. Let's be real. That's way more pleasant, right? This game already has so much shakiness going on. We don't need the additional shake. I know on reload would be kind of cool from a, you know, feeling perspective, right? But I don't think you're missing out on much by doing that, because you can just try it out, right? How would it feel to do that? And I think the additional shake here, yes, it does give you a little bit more feeling when it comes to reloading, so I guess I like that, but I don't know, man. And you're also not sure if you're getting hit, right, when you do the shakiness. Yeah, I appreciate it being in the game, but I still think from a gameplay perspective, it is suboptimal to have it on. Yeah, this just feels so much cleaner to me. Yeah, no, this feels way better. I mean, I know the reload stuff now is kind of not as, you know, engaging maybe, but yeah, it just looks way better to me. Yeah, I think for, you know, a showcase maybe of the game, it would be nice to have it on, but just from a gameplay perspective, I really prefer this. And also, I think if somebody has motion sickness, you might probably really want to turn it off with this weapon. I think the reload is definitely one of the main candidates for motion sickness because it really does a lot of shakiness, which is not related to an input. So the brain really can't learn the correlation too well. Heaven Oven. I mean, this looks so much cooler than it did before. We can upgrade it here. I mean, let's just do that for fun. Can't wait for us to smash them into pieces. Gang of Elites. Shit, that's new. Just gonna use the shield as a get out of jail free card when we fuck up our positioning. And there's so many of them. Wait, this is actually they respawn? Okay, that's kind of crazy. This guy is, by the way, super difficult. Don't they have stun bars anymore, the enemies? Pretty sure I remember them having stun bars you can look at. Maybe I misremembered that. That's an interesting idea for a boss fight. I don't regret upgrading the weapon at all. Yeah, these are really tough though. But the good thing is we know the elites already because we played so much on the higher difficulties where you actually can face them too. For somebody who doesn't know what these guys do, this is going to be a pure nightmare. This one is the most annoying one of them all, to be honest. But wasn't there a stun mechanic here? Wait, did we disable the stun bar for whatever reason? Ammo counter, no. All fire stack, yes. Screen shake, ranking. I mean, you know, this one is also unnecessary, but I think it adds a bit more style, right? It doesn't really annoy too much. And also these are kind of fine, right? I don't think we actually had a stun bar on them. Interesting. Only for, I mean, sure, for Electro, but maybe there wasn't a stun bar and I just misremembered. Cool, we made it. Flame power crystal. Purple crystal. Wait, purple? Doesn't that mean we can access the purple door now? Wait, there's another one? Oh my god. Why? Why are there suddenly so many? I mean, I know why. They just reproduce quickly. I mean, that's kind of stupid. While you are on the ground below you. That's like super specific. I know why they did it, so you just don't jump the entire time and you really need to go for high ground. I mean, that's also kind of nice, I guess. I want to reroll these. Actually, they're both not that great. But it is what it is. I'm pretty sure we're gonna find a secret up here. We didn't already and I forgot about it. Yeah, holding the jump button to jump, in my opinion, is not a good design decision. And I think I'm gonna actually... I mean, look at this, right? I want to go up here. Okay, I can never do that by holding the button, then never mind. But yeah, in general, I think it's going to be way harder to... Wait, is this the secret? Oh yeah, it is. Healing Earth. I will build an autonomous city to welcome and protect all humans. They will live in peace and won't have to worry about health and food anymore. And while they're safe in the Haven cities, I will cure the planet Iris. So that's basically the rogue AI. that wants to kill us all now. Ejected from paradise. I really like that the weapon has a reload animation now. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I left screen shake on during the early access version because the game did have a few seconds carry over, a few settings carry over, but I'm pretty sure I don't want it anymore. Yeah, I think this is way nicer feeling wise. I'm sure, does it running have a screen shake? I didn't even test for that. Usually that's the one that causes the most motion sickness. Okay, yeah, so running usually also has a lot of wobbling. So if you're really into that, right? I mean, the real world also has that. But I always argue, the real world has so many, you know, when you run, the stabilization, your brain learned, oh, when my head moves, I can move my eyes at the same time to compensate, right? So it's super easy for your head to fix on something. But when you don't move your head and something moves, it is way harder for your eyes to look at it because your eyes don't know how it's gonna move, right? It's way harder to learn a movement pattern in a game that shakes compared to when you run in the real world because your brain is so used to correlating it with your sensors and your ears and everything like that. So it's very easy to stabilize because you know, right, it doesn't need to react. But when you're in a game, it needs to react. So screen shake always feels different. And that's also one of the main reasons for motion sickness because it's just very dissonant to what the brain expects. And I'm so not used to finding weapons from enemies that every time it happens, I'm super confused. Yeah, the reason why I was a bit hesitant picking up this weapon is because the knife is one of the best weapons in the game, at least in the early access version. So my brain was like, I don't want to get rid of it. But since we are trying out everything, we should get rid of it. Yeah, and we're not exploring at the moment, obviously. Yeah, this enemy, by the way, the sniper, is one of the most dangerous ones because it actually has almost, it's not hit scan, but it's almost as fast as hit scan, so you really need to get into cover to avoid it. Yeah, I mean, also this weapon, right, it also has natural screen shake from shooting the weapon. You don't need the additional shit, right? This is perfect. I'm pretty sure if I turn it back on and you do the reload stuff, right, it's gonna feel like he's gonna go back and whatever. It's gonna feel a bit more immersive, whatever. Like Cyberpunk, basically. Where we also have it on, right? We didn't turn it off in Cyberpunk because I think Cyberpunk is one of these more immersive experiences where it really matters. But this game basically, see, that's what I mean, yeah. Right, the reload has an extreme shakiness to it. Yeah, I really don't need that. Yeah, but Cyberpunk, I think there it fits, right? It's very immersive and it's really about the experience, more like feeling cool than actually being cool. That sounds a bit mean, but I think Cyberpunk is more looks than really actual gameplay because the gameplay itself is very basic, right? It doesn't really require a lot of skill and it feels very easy and it's just cool because it looks cool, right? And here I don't think the game needs that. The game is so good, gameplay wise, that doesn't need the extra visual fluff that makes the gameplay a little bit worse from a gameplay perspective. Increases fire damage by 20%, makes it burn energy tape per 100. Oh, that's terrible. Because we don't even have a build. I'm so bad at doing the jumps. I wonder if this is frame rate dependent. Because at 60 FPS, the time window you have to press jump on the ground is going to be way easier to hit. Which would make speedruns of the game really annoying. For each point. Oh, it highlights which point it means. I mean, that's not bad, right? Because not every weapon we can hit the weak spots as easily with. Yeah, this enemy is super annoying. And also this class, like historically, has been one of the weaker ones when it comes to pure damage output. So yeah, at the moment we're kind of weak, but not really weak, right? Not like we need more damage flat-wise or anything like that. We just don't have the synergies yet. And we need a blunderbuss here. Man, I'm never gonna remember that one. It's gonna be... Wait, did we get the item here? Come on, chop this time even faster than usual. No. Yeah, I don't even know what the reasons for the loops are, because so far the story doesn't make too much sense when it comes to the looping mechanic. Did I miss something about that? I don't know. Not that it's super important to me that it's logically illogical in a way, but 25? Jesus Christ. Okay, so there are a lot of goals to work towards, which is cool, right? That's what you would expect from the finished game, to just have more content and more stuff you can just do. But they really did a lot. So if you, it's not like they just went into hiding for almost, I don't know, was it almost a year? I can't remember how long they actually, I think last winter, right? Was there a summer update? I can't remember. I think it was a winter update, the last one. But in any case, they really took their time to get the version 1.0 good, right? They didn't just say, fuck it, release, last biome added, we're done. So everything was like adjusted, right? Everything feels a little bit better, a little bit more polished. And there's so much more stuff to find, and it just feels cool, right? It's not a game where you, if you play the early access version, you're gonna have, you saw everything, right? Because everything you saw in the early access version now feels a bit better. So even the stuff you know is kind of cooler. Yeah, because some games are very, I mean, there are different approaches to game design, right? You could make a game that's super polished in A, then add B, C, and D, right? And everything's just finished. Or you could make a game that has a cross-section of everything and just expand it like more horizontally, right? Not vertically. Just make it more broader and better. And I think that approach, in my opinion, is more interesting because you don't have to settle too much on the final versions of every stage. Well, these are new, by the way. I don't know what they do. I can't really see. Yeah, you can't really pause, unfortunately, to read the upgrades here. Seems to be some kind of laser rocket launcher. Not tracers guns. And I don't know the newer Overwatch characters either, so maybe there already is an Overwatch character with this weapon. Not that everything's from Overwatch, right? just to remind you that I don't know the newer characters, so I can't really see the references at all times. It's so sad what happened with Overwatch 2, by the way. So sad, but you know, I'm kind of happy. Not for the game or the players, but for myself, because I know if it was still good, I would still be playing it, right? I mean, it's not bad in any way, but if it was consistently updated and everybody would be hyped for every season, and it would, not that I care about hype of other people, but just, you know, it was a good engaging experience at all times, I would still be playing it, and that would cost so much time, and time that I don't even have, right? There was a time, so hard to imagine, now these days, where I played competitive games and single player games. There were also times where I only played competitive games, but yeah, it was, I don't know, man, just combining these two seems like almost impossible these days, because there's so many good games. Like seriously, if you play a competitive game and you want to play single player games, you're gonna miss out on even more. I mean, sure, obviously you are, but since I don't really like missing out on good games, it would be kind of impossible to go and play like, I don't know, hours of Apex, Fortnite, League of Legends, Overwatch, Valorant. I mean, okay, start. I just forgot how Warcraft in space, StarCraft, right? Yeah, StarCraft, Warcraft 3, everything back then, man. So much time spent in those games. Dota, crazy. World of Warcraft. I mean, that's competitive, but MMO. Guild Wars 2. Genshin Impact. No, Genshin I'm still playing, but very casually. You know what? Genshin Impact has a big issue. It has a static, non-transparent white UI, and it always displays the user ID number, even loading screens. And that's so in a white font that is not transparent. That's so bad for burn, and I don't know why the fuck you would do that. It's so dumb. Playing Genshin Impact on your OLED screen is basically one of the worst games you can play. And it's also a game they want you to play a lot. So yeah, kind of very, very bad decision on the side, part of MiHoYo to either, solutions. Hide the fucking user ID. Stop being fucking paranoid about, we can tell where the content came from. You know, they can't, because somebody that does have a brain is just gonna remove it anyway. So fucking dumb. Second of all, make it transparent, easy solution that doesn't have to change a lot would be the best solution in my opinion, or make it, you know, make it hideable. Yeah, but you know, it's fucking MiHoYo. They're fucking like sellout horse. They sold fucking Apple the high FPS, so we don't get high FPS on PC. They sold fucking Sony their volumetric clouds, and what else did Sony get? HDR, right? So yeah, I hate it. Fuck MiHoYo, or HoYoverse, whatever the fucking name is now. I like Genshin, but I really dislike how they manage it, and it's still a gambling gacha game. So if you're, you know, prone to addictions, is in general, it's not a good company, right? It's not a good company. They make predatory games, and you should not simp for them. They're pieces of shit, and just because you had fun with the game doesn't mean they're nice people, right? They're very the opposite of nice people, in my opinion. Abusing weak mental illnesses of people with gambling addictions. And yeah, just making games which are very high FOMO inducing shit. And I don't know, I'm not very prone to that, so I don't mind too much, which is why I play it. But I know that there are people that suffer because of that. So fuck MiHoYo or HoYoverse, and fuck their approach to how they update their game and stuff like that. Really, very annoying. Yeah, still no fucking 60 FPS plus. On PC, still no HDR. Yeah. Still no faster fucking camera movement. Like they're so bad at making games, man. Fuck MiHoYo, man. They're not bad at making the game, but they're bad at basic shit, right? Which is way more annoying because this game is just a service game. Critical damage of the tournament, I mean, it's so good. Oh, it's so good. Okay, what does this weapon do? Movement speed is added to damage. I mean, is there more movement speed? Explosive, blah blah blah. Dual boomsticks. Okay, they're called boomsticks. I just want to add that, in my opinion, one of the things I criticized about the game is that it had movement bonuses on certain things, but almost no things that gave you more movement speed. So there was a potential there for a movement build, which was never quite realized. So I really hope they added more movement-oriented stuff to make these builds more interesting, because they're so niche anyway, and then you hardly find anything for it, so it makes it double or twice as annoying to actually go for it. Yeah, and let's be real, the older you get, I know that Northern Lions said the opposite, but I'm gonna say it differently. Because Northern Lions says single player games don't annoy him that much. I mean, we talked so much, who cares? About the rank here. Northern Lions said he gets less annoyed by single player games these days, and it's just a game, whatever, bro. And true. I mean, I still get annoyed by bad game design, but I also get less annoyed, I guess, maybe. But he said he gets way more annoyed in competitive games. And I don't know about that, right? I kind of get the feeling that I care less and less about these things, right? I don't really have the competitive itch too much anymore. When I play competitive games, sure, but I don't really feel like it gives me much, right? Just nice to shit on people sometimes, but that's the only part about it, right? Otherwise, I really like good, well-crafted experiences, which are kind of more engaging than just being better than other people at things, right? That's not that interesting. And I guess that's how a lot of people feel when they quit games they're good at, right? They just are bored by them. I'm kind of, I don't know why I was standing there so long. I was like thinking about it, and I don't know. I saw part of the code somewhere, but that was not the same code you needed in the early access version. So let's get ready to rumble. I agree. Oh, this weapon is kind of insane. Does it have hit scan? Or velocity? Oh, well, that's basically, wait, that's insane. That's basically like hit scan. Yeah, it could as well be hit scan. I mean, 100% projectile speed. Cool. Yeah, and sorry for being a bit more talkative today. I mean, not sorry, but you know what I mean. I'm sorry that we don't make any progress in the game at the moment because I'm talking so much. Okay, the pizza's there. I talked way too much. I have to pause right here. Okay, so see ya in a moment. Okay, I'm back. The pizza is here, so this is the last run. I'm gonna focus on finishing it quickly instead of talking too much. The fastest way to end the run would be to die, but I'm gonna try to not do that. Instead, I'm just gonna focus on getting good here. Did it actually hit us from behind? I mean, I don't like taking the same level weapon. I mean, the non-critical damage on this weapon is kind of super ass. In general, I feel if we don't get the super crit, the damage is kind of mid. But I really like the visuals, really fun and vibrant game. I mean, the music fits the gameplay, but let's be real, it's way more fun with your own music. It's really hard to compete with music you select yourself. In games which you play 400 plus hours, right? Yeah, this weapon kind of has a very low rate of fire for the damage it does, in my opinion. I mean, it's well balanced in a way, but it also feels kind of very not OP. But our build is maybe also ass, right? We got the build where we get stronger when we get hit, so if we don't get hit, we're kind of fucked. Oh, this one's cool. But I'm just gonna follow a simple rule: higher level over rarity, and rarity the same level. And if there is a very good reason to stick to a weapon, I'm probably gonna do it. For example, a good synergy or something like that. Always forget the upgrade. I really like it more when liked it more when it was in the middle. Yeah, and we need to get more upgrades here. This is kind of unfortunate. I mean, sure, right? It's new. It's the same level. Forward charge. Yeah, I know it sounds weird, but that's what they say in the holo vids. We don't have the key. Can we go into the forest stuff here? No, only this one's open so far. Okay, this gun is kind of very bad. Makes you appreciate the one you I just left behind way more. Why is the damage so terrible here? Seriously, like, holy shit. I forgot how bad some guns are when you don't have a good build. Yeah, I should eat the pizza as soon as possible, so this is, like I said, the last run for today, probably. I mean, not for today, maybe, I don't know if I'm going to stream later on, if I'm going to stream maybe a bit of Cyberpunk, something like that. Oh shit, I'm fucked. No! 1 HP! Oh my god, the stun. Who stunned me? I think... Wait, I know who stuns me. It's the electric enemies. That's new. So I was complaining about the stun only being applied by the ground targeting effect. Well, that changed. So we have a stun bar that I think goes up whenever these guys hit us. And this guy too. So every elemental enemy also does the same damage as element. So let's just take this weapon instead. Oh, that's one of the guns with auto aim. And obviously it is very inspired by the Halo needle launcher, whatever it's called. Card collected, elite stalker. I don't know what we can do with these cards, if they're just, you know, like for a stamp book or whatever. Oh, come on, fuck you. Okay, we're gonna have a really hard time getting through this level here without losing a lot of HP. I mean, this gun, I'm gonna say it is not bad, right? I think it's our build that's actually not that great. Yeah, I think the damage is kind of okay. Let's just find out if this one's better. I mean, can it even crit? I mean, the other one. This one also seems to have some kind of color. I mean, maybe it's... Wait, they have new skins when they have elements now. That's cool, I like it. That's a great idea. I mean, it's a really smart way to reskin your assets to make them more interesting gameplay-wise. Something, in my opinion, Lords of the Fallen could have done several times to make the game a bit more interesting, but hey. I mean, there are a lot of weapons on the ground. I think the other weapon would have been great too. Revolver, also one of the best weapons in the game as far as I know. When it comes to speedrunning consistency, oh my god, I'm actually fucked. Yeah, that's also why I would put expert in brackets, because there are people probably with 1,000 hours in the game and I'm like above 100, so I might be an expert, but I'm not the expert, right? Yeah, so that's kind of my way of making it transparent. But obviously I'm not the premier expert source. But then again, I think I'm a very good source for somebody who likes the game. but didn't play an excessive amount, has weird expectations for speedrunning or whatever, right? I'm not like looking for stuff that doesn't matter to most people. I'm just looking for a fun game in which you can kill cute small robots. Like, I'm just joking. I mean, I still would love exactly this game. I mean, okay, I have to think about Fida Putty Samurai a little bit, but just imagine these guys being super hot anime babes, and they would do when you know what I mean. Wouldn't that be great? A bit like Gargan Double Peace, but just, you know, as a good game. That's so sad, right? Why aren't there so few good hentai games? Just gameplay wise, right? Because I like looking at naked girls, right? I like that, so it makes me happy. I mean, I don't want to necessarily kill them, maybe. So you would have to maybe change the premise a little bit, like Galgun Double Peace did. But I still think it'd be pretty cool. Okay. Oh, it's the judge. I really like that they really changed how the colors come across. They really did a great job there. It feels really, really good. I'm kind of curious, what hits me here? This is one of the bosses where I kind of struggle sometimes to understand why I got hit. Yeah, this I realized. Yeah, the bosses in the game, by the way, are, in my opinion, relatively tricky, right? They're not super trivial, easy mode bosses you can just face roll through. You really need to pay attention to their mechanics. And in my opinion, that's a good thing, right? But some people might prefer it otherwise. I mean, we don't do a lot of damage, and I don't know why. Is our build this terrible? Maybe also because we can only select two cards. Yeah, that might also be the reason, actually. What's going on here? Yeah, for me, this is definitely the best roguelite FPS out there. I mean, Witchfire might take the crown when it's done because it's so different. But when you just want the raw gameplay, right, without all the different approaches, right, from a creative perspective, I think this is basically as good as it gets, right? And this always leads me to ask the question, why the fuck are there no AAA versions of this, right? How hard can it be to make a AAA roguelite in general? I mean, sure, there's... Okay, that's kind of... Okay, I'm omitting Returnal here, right? I'm omitting it. And there is a reason for that. I think Returnal, and that's gonna kind of mean, is not a good roguelite. It's a good game, but it's not a good roguelite. I think it has a lot of bad design decisions when it comes to how level generation and progression is handled, which really, really don't fit my personal taste when it comes to roguelites. And I think a lot of people would also prefer other styles of progression. Am I kind of stupid? Oh right, he has a shield we need to destroy. Yes, I am stupid. Really? Come on, guy. Okay, yeah, so what I wanted to say basically is how hard can it be to make a good roguelite, right? Especially top-down or whatever. It feels so weird that all these amazing games come from indie studios and not a single AAA publisher dared in all those years to fucking get on the train, right? All these AAA games are just rip-offs of genres renewed for so long, but they came pretty soon after the genre was invented. But why does it take so fucking long to hop on the fucking roguelite bandwagon, right? You could argue, yeah, Deathloop, blah blah, no, but they're all shit roguelites, right? Deathloop is a shit game in general. Not shit, it's a very mid game. But in my opinion, but you can watch my opinion in detail there. I'm not gonna start again with that, but you know, there's so many games that like they tip their toe in it, and I think roguelites are very good for innovation, right? Because they give a lot of freedom to how you want to approach the idea. but I still think they're so bad at just daring to do a real fucking roguelite. That's simple and, you know, just a fucking roguelite. Not, oh, we made a roguelite, but we wanted to make this game, and so we just added a little bit of hipster mechanic into it, right? Like Returnal feels like a game that could have been a non-roguelite game, and it probably wouldn't be the same game, but in my opinion it wouldn't have been a much worse game for it, because it basically didn't do a lot with the roguelite premise at all. So I don't know, it's just kind of unfortunate. Yeah, I still think AAA studios are kind of sleeping on that genre and didn't really do a good job at making a lot of them. Yeah, because even when I think about good FPS roguelite, I'm never going to mention Deathloop or Returnal, because I just think, I mean, shooter roguelites in general, I just think they're not really, yeah, good roguelites, right? I don't think of them as roguelites, even though they have these elements in them. They just don't do them well enough to really make that an appeal for them, right? For me, they're just good games or bad games, respectively. Returnal, a good game. Deathloop, not a good game. I mean, mid game. I always call mid games bad games, so sorry if you feel offended by that. Because I don't play much worse games than that, right? Every now and then we're gonna get a terrible, really terrible game like Soldiers or something like that, and we're gonna be super mad. No, super sad because we played it. But in general, that's why I call mid games bad games from time to time. From my perspective, from the games I play, relatively they are bad, but they're obviously still kind of okay, right? I didn't not hate Deathloop, right? I just thought it wasn't as good as it could have been. Okay, but let's finish this game, this run here. And this is so good. I mean, this isn't bad. You know the drill, pow pow pew pew. Yeah, see, the story doesn't seem to be the main focus also in the final game. Is that a missed opportunity? I don't think so. I think the story so far is enough of what it wants to be. And now you might say, but Hades, so much story. Yeah, I know, but actually shut the fuck up with it sometimes. I like Hades, I like Supergiant Games. I played all their games since Bastion came out initially. I'm basically, could almost call me an early investor into the studio before it became super mainstream. I mean, it was never really a niche studio, I guess. Just a smaller indie studio, but I guess all of the games were successful in their own right. I mean, maybe Pyro was the least successful one, but I mean, I would guess, you know, because you hardly hear anybody talk about it. But I still think Transistor and Bastion are great games today, right? They have very, very cool style, and I think Transistor probably is their most creative game when it comes to combat systems. But then again, the point I wanted to make is, I like story games. I like Hades' story. I like that it tells the story. I like how it tells the story, but I don't have a lot of patience when it comes to every fucking game needing to copy Hades when it comes to that aspect, right? You don't need to put a fucking 10-hour monologue before every fucking run if you don't have a good story to tell, right? Hades works because the story and the characters are interesting, but there's so many games where that's not the case, and they still try to emulate that part so hard. And I don't know, man, it just doesn't need to be the case, right? So I don't mind if the dev doesn't have an amazing idea for a story, that the game basically shuts the fuck up after a while, right? So that's okay, right? Only talk to me if you have something to say, right? I don't mind. Oh my god, what the fuck am I even doing? Oh, that's really cool. I don't know if it's good, but oh right, we reduced the radius, which might come as a negative here. I need a ticket. I know I do, but where do I get a ticket? I mean, there's a blue. Wait, is this how it works? This is blue, right? Maybe that's where the ticket is. Maybe, I don't know. Could be. That would be super smart, actually. Oh, wait. I think it's through there. I mean, I don't know. I mean, nah, all the buildings are blue, so. Yeah, I'm playing terribly, and we're gonna die, and that's good, because I can eat my pizza, but... Yeah, how am I gonna handle this? Because I really want to play more of the game, But I'm not sure if I want to stream too long today because I'm kind of getting a headache here. But that's probably because I'm super hungry, didn't drink enough. And insert all excuses you can here. Yeah, I wish the shield actually was toggleable. There was a toggle for it instead of... I mean, you're not toggling it, just, you know, holding it and enabling it. But is my chat actually broken? Wouldn't be the first time. Actually, no. Is my chat fucking broken again? And hey, the chat doesn't, the game doesn't crash anymore. I don't know if I can see those alerts on my phone. It's the app is so bad, so maybe it's not broken. I love Twitch sometimes. Yeah, I wish there was some a world where Twitch and YouTube, like, they took all the good things from each other and just put them in one service, right? The image quality of YouTube, the quality of life of Twitch, and then a little bit of additional care when it comes to how their app is designed, and yeah, it would be so great. Yeah, I'm kind of fucking getting destroyed here. Every 0.5 cent units, I mean, that's really good. Oh, that's also so good. But I don't know, man. I love both of these are really good. I kind of regret not taking the other one. Oh my god, I'm playing so bad. But like I said, the end of the game is way harder than the rest. I mean, it does progress pretty linearly, in my opinion. But I'm pretty sure most people are gonna get destroyed here the first time. Yeah, I'm also doing a very bad job at clearing the area, obviously, because our damage is bad, and I should definitely have taken the other one now that I think about it. Because repairing scratch damage is actually not the solution to winning a run. It's more like an emergency strategy if you're bad at killing enemies. Because a dead enemy does no damage, so... Yeah, I picked this one up. I think that was a good decision. I'm not sure. Wait, you need to kill 4. Yeah, right. That has always been the case. We just thought we need to kill 3, but nope. Yeah, these small ones. I don't know about those, actually. Did I get hit? I really got hit there. I mean, our damage is kind of okay-ish. That's my way of saying it. It's kind of bad. It's not terrible, right? I mean, obviously it isn't, but... Okay, I mean, it's time for pizza, I think, right? Really? Oh my god, I'm so bad at the moment, but I'm also very hungry. Okay, this is fucking hell. And these small ones, I think this is the change I personally dislike the most, is how these are spawned in this level. The placement is just so much more annoying. And I get why they did it, but I also don't like it. I just objectively don't like it. Subjectively don't like it. It's something I would never do. Adding a fucking billion small enemies to walls that shoot at you from everywhere is kinda... not what I enjoy in games. It's not a bad change, like it makes the game terrible or anything, but it for sure makes it a bit more annoying to play. And it's only one level, right? It's not like it's the entire game or anything. Sure, we need to kill the other guy. Oh my god, another one of those. I really am trying my best not to die here. Obviously I'm not trying my best. I'm trolling. Oh my god, I'm so hungry. I shouldn't even be that hungry, right? I did eat something today already, so. Okay, we're going in loops here, but I assure you it's not because I'm afraid of the enemies, it's because I'm afraid of dying. Man, I think they nerfed the healing. Maybe I'm just high on copium, but I remember getting way more healing from killing enemies. But maybe we just pick the upgrades every single time that enable more heals. And I'm also so curious, where did they hide the cards? Oh, this is not a card, by the way. This is just a data log. Undercover. Okay, talking about some hostile robots. I don't know what battery means. I don't know. Is it just cooldown? I mean, I don't know what the idea of battery is. I don't know what it is. I'm just gonna pick it because the other one doesn't seem as great, but good at all. But and also the pickup range is kind of smaller than before. Maybe we had a vacuum. I think we had an upgrade that made it easier to pick up stuff. So I don't want to judge that too early because, I mean, we're comparing a completely fresh file to a maxed out file here. Save file. Yeah, so I think we have a very small pickup radius at the moment. It's kind of hard to get used to picking it up because we spend so much time just running through and sucking everything in. Yeah, those are the upgrades that I'm looking for the most, basically. The ones that make the game a bit more chilled when it comes to picking up stuff. And how weapon drops are handled and all that stuff. Okay. Yeah. I mean, let's see. I don't even remember what the entire skill tree unlocked, right? Maybe there were some substantial upgrades I can't remember. I mean, there definitely are, but can't remember the details too well. Wait, are we done here? But maybe I don't like the rotating map as much as I thought I did. Wait, there's an exit in this? Oh wait! They swapped the symbol, so my head is always like, yeah, that must be the exit, but the green one is not. Yeah, okay, I get it. That's why I'm so confused, because the icon is the same. District 13. I mean, the dart sniper is good. And we need a good weapon at the moment. Oh my god, I kind of want to spend more money. I mean, not more money, more cells, but this time, what are you talking about? It's not like we never died, right? I would never die in a video game. I mean, I don't know, man. The tomahawk is not bad. How did I take damage? I mean, actually, this one is actually amazing. The triple shot is super good. Especially with weapons with large hitboxes. I mean, is this game on Game Pass? I don't think it is. Yeah, and we also don't use the jump and run mechanic too much, which might be a mistake because I think you deal a lot of damage when you jump on enemies, right? we shouldn't experiment with that here. So just at the end of the game, just try out some stuff that doesn't work. I mean, it does feel cool to jump on things. Oh my god. I hate this. Fuck you. Fuck you. Yeah, I'm glad we have the shield class, but then again, you deal so much less damage than other classes, I think. At least in the early access version. I mean, not every time, but often I felt like this class was the weakest when it comes to pure damage output. I mean, this is so fun to kill these enemies. Robo food maximum points to 20 and their duration too. I mean, I don't know if the duration actually resets every time you pick something up. I don't even know if we ever maxed it out or not, so... No! Fuck me! I'm so dumb. Like I said, I'm very hungry, and now I think we disabled the traps, so we can't even take damage anymore, so it should be fine. No, I really like the weapon we've got going at the moment. Yeah, I'm really curious to see if there isn't a frame rate advantage for bunny hopping in the game. It would make sense actually if there was, right? Because if you only see 1/6, I mean, it depends on how the engine works. Maybe it's even harder, but I could imagine it being way easier. Usually it's a very bad idea in the game just to run between all of the enemies without having killed a single one, so... Yeah, and obviously there are hit scan types of enemies, so the laser beams or whatever, but they're very visible, right? So you never feel like you get cheesed by the game or you can't evade anything. There are a lot of enemies over there. Yeah, and performance is really good, but like you said, I don't know how it is on weaker systems, but I would assume it is good in general, right? Because it does look like a very... I'm just gonna put it in a nice way, a simple game, but a simple game when it comes to what kind of visual effects are on display, right? It doesn't have path tracing, it doesn't have much in the way of high resolution textures, it's not very geometrically fleshed out or whatever. It's just a very, very pretty game, but a very, very simple one. I would put it like closer to Overwatch or something like that, right? High visual fidelity, but low technological I mean low tech basically. It doesn't really have high tech visuals. I think the most extreme game in that category is probably Valorant. I think Valorant, for me personally, overdid it, right? It looks kinda... It looks kind of bad, right? It has a nice art style, but visually I think it's way too simplistic. From a gameplay perspective, of course, that's not going to matter too much. I mean, it's even an advantage in many ways. But just from a, you know, I want to have something prettier to look at perspective. I just wish Valorant had a few more things prettier. Now you might say, yeah, but then the visual clarity, blah, blah, blah. And yeah, that's true. But it's only true to a certain extent, because some things you could make way prettier and the game would still be very readable, or almost equally readable. And what do I mean by that? Basically physics effects when you kill enemies, like ragdolls, The character models could be way more high quality. That wouldn't add a single distracting element to the game, would just make the characters easier to look at, well, nicer to look at, and maybe even easier to identify. Yeah, so I just think the simplicity in the level design is okay, but it doesn't really need to be applied to geometry when it comes to certain areas, and especially not the character models and the gun models and the visual effects when shooting and everything, right? They don't need to be more obtrusive or anything, or more aggressively placed, but just prettier, right? You can have the same amount of shit on screen and just looks better. Yeah, so I think Valorant really went the potato route to get everybody on board, which is great as a lowest setting, but for higher settings I really wish the game wasn't as fucking ugly, to be honest. It could even be completely path traced, right? It would look the same, just better shadows, everything. Yeah, a complete path traced version of Valorant would be really cool, but it's never gonna happen, so. And it's even realistic to expect the game fully path traced one day to hit high FPS too, so it wouldn't be a disadvantage. At the moment it would be more like a meme mode, right? Like Fortnite. Fortnite's full ray tracing mode with Nanite and Lumen basically is more of a meme mode for high-end systems where you can still hit high FPS with that, but it is, from a gameplay perspective, a disadvantage in many ways. But yeah. Increases critical damage, right? I remember when Fortnite, without Unreal Engine 5, Unreal Engine 4 got the ray traced reflections back then, the NVIDIA introduced ones, and back then they were so expensive that almost nobody wanted to use them, and now it's kind of basically very playable with it on. You know, we have cryo. Wait, that's super good. Wait, that's actually really good. Hi. Beetle Royal. Man, they did such a good job with the visuals. Visual upgrade. In my opinion. I like the visuals way more than I did in the early access version. I just think it looks cleaner and more vibrant, and I don't know, it just looks better. I mean, it's not very different, but it's different enough for me to feel like it's a very, very big plus for me. So I dropped down, which is a mistake. I'm trying my best to defeat him here right away, but I'm so bad. Oh no, that's so bad. You shouldn't drop down here. You're gonna take a lot of damage when you drop down here. He has so much HP left, that's fucking crazy. We're already at the bottom. I misplayed this fight entirely, so we might not even be able to defeat him anymore. I mean, he still has a fuck ton of HP, and did they increase the boss HP kinda? Or is our damage just so bad? Yeah, this is gonna be a very, very tough fight, because I don't think we can actually beat him. I mean, he might even leave a single platform there for us. Wow, 2-1 after another? Yeah, my bad. Absolutely my bad if we lose, but still kind of tough. Okay, now we have 2 platforms. Now we have 1. Okay. I hope you're not going to destroy this one, because if you do, I'm basically fucked, right? I mean, I'm already very fucked now. Not gonna lie. Really? Wow, that's kind of rough, man. So you can actually get into a position where you're just gonna take permanent damage. Can't say I'm the biggest fan of that design decision, but I mean, are we gonna beat him still? I don't think so, actually. I think we're gonna have a very, very tough time beating him now. Oh my god, I was so close. Jesus Christ. And I think this isn't even the final boss anymore, so... why do you have no scratch damage? I mean... Sure, why not? Yeah, that wasn't that great. But you know, it's gonna come in time, I guess. And we're gonna see the final level, or it's gonna... we can't access it yet, I don't know. Yay, you did it! You actually did it. I don't think we did it, by the way. You stupid fools. You just destroyed the only way to reach me. Muhahaha. You will never stop me. I'm on my moon. Oh, thank you for telling us. Oh. Not a problem, Psychovirus. Not for us anyway. She's kinda... she has kinda mass murdery vibes. Not gonna lie. Like Tiny Tina vibes here. Oh, she built a space bus. Wait, are we really gonna get to the last level now? My pizza's getting cold, so... Shit. Why did we have to beat it now when the pizza's getting cold? Buckle up, it's moon time. Maybe next run? Shoot me down, please, or something? The moon, really? Okay. I mean, at least we're gonna see the final level, which actually reminds me a lot of Borderlands, the moon sequel, whatever. Oh, she even has a spacesuit. Ares there, she must be controlling... She? Really? Must be controlling everything from up here. Let's find her and shut her down. She gendered an AI. She could just have been neutral about it. I mean, what the fuck is this shit? Wait, what? We don't have any of this, right? Wait, did we find a crystal? Yeah, we found one, right? We found this one. I guess this is something maybe that's going to make it easier, right? If you have it active, because we only have one of them, so we're going to have a really hard time defeating the level, I guess. This is really cool. Very Borderlandsy, but I mean, it also has a lot of inspiration from that. Yeah, that's super cool. Suppress the hacked flies, report in the moon, reduce Iris health, all days of the moon, opens all access to the lunar cache. Reduces the amount of elite enemies. I mean, that's already, you know, something. That's really a cool idea. I was already worried when I saw the individual pylons that you're just gonna pull the Hades room style thing where you just have to select different rooms and go into them. Which is, you know, something you can copy, but it's kind of weird, right? You make a roguelike, like for example Ember Knights. Oh my god, I'm so fucked. It's really close to what you know, Hades is, and you really had to copy the level design of the final level for whatever reason. This kind of feels like you just weren't creative enough, in my opinion. I mean, it's one thing to copy a lot of elements from another game, but it really is another thing to just copy an element that is not really necessary, right? A bit like Lies of P sometimes did with the level design from Souls games. Yeah, we're not strong enough for this level, for sure. Our damage isn't really good, and... Right, I'm really trying my best, but... feels like we're just not quite ready for this fight here. But I'm really glad we saw this, because now I can talk about a bit more about the long-term endgame in the game, and now we know what the goals are and stuff like that, that we want to find more stuff. I mean, this is going to be really, really impossible for us. We just don't do enough damage, I feel. And I can't control my character. And we're dead. Perfect. I need to eat, right? I actually wanted to die. I know it would be great to first try out the level or whatever, but really cool. So we saw the moon, and that's me saying probably... I don't know if it's it for today with the stream, if we're gonna have a short one later. But maybe it's it for the stream today, right? And since we saw the final level, I mean, I feel kind of better about doing a little bit of progress maybe off stream. I'm always going to show what I did since we played last, but I don't think the game is very story driven, so it doesn't really matter in my opinion that we do everything on stream. But I'll see about that, right? Maybe I'm gonna decide to still stream it again today, but I kind of feel like I need a little bit of a break when it comes to talking. My throat is getting a little bit tired today. I talk too much. Next time we're gonna talk less. Copium. No, I'm really gonna try to talk less a little bit. But whatever the case, thank you for watching, and I'll see you. Wait, what are the stats? No weapon accuracy. Sag. Oh, seriously. Interesting. Can't really see the stuff here. I mean, sure, if we didn't play on hard, I mean, not a big difference actually. Maybe we would have made it, but I don't think so. I don't think hard does enough of a difference to really change that. On easy, maybe it would have done a difference, right? But compared to normal. A power crystal, 1 out of 2. Claiming power crystals unlocks permanent upgrades. To the workshop, check them out. Each crystal increases the amount of elite enemies you encounter. Oh, that's cool. And they drop power cells on takedowns. Okay, so it reduces the amount of elite enemies on the moon, but it increases the one we found. But it increases in general elite enemies. That's really cool. Permanent upgrades to the checkpoint. In addition, each crystal has a unique facet that reduces the difficulty of the final level. You can activate or deactivate the crystals you have claimed at the crystal machine in the base camp. The activating crystal reduces the number of elite enemies encountered, but it disables its unique effect on the final level. So we shouldn't do that in general because we need more power cells, I guess. Gadgets are powerful tools that will make you an even more badass robot. You can activate or deactivate them in the gadget rack. Okay, these are the ones we're looking for, so I guess we unlocked that one by doing that. Do we need to buy them? I mean, that's kind of, you know what I mean, it's not like amazing. I think it's on now, but we still need more. Okay. I mean, that's not that impactful. I mean, it could be impactful, but we need to buy all of them, right? No, we don't. And that's really good. Oh, that's amazing. That's amazing. We really need that. Yeah, that's also cool, I guess. Sure, why not this one? And this one's also kind of good. Oh! Wait, that's also good. But I can't buy it anymore. Well, whatever. Wait, what's this? What's this here? Corrupted crates contain more rewards. Treasure hunter. Oh, this is how you activate it, right? And it also has an effect on the final level, maybe, right? This might be the thing she meant by we can enable and disable it, maybe? Wait, where are the pylons? Oh, it's, no, that's here. Okay, cool. That's really cool. So you can enable and disable them. Power cells and takedown. I mean, I like the elite enemies anyway, and I didn't like they only showed up in the higher difficulties. Now everybody can get them. That's cool. Okay, so this is basically my first impression. I would still say the game is better than ever, and I already gave it a 10 out of 10 early access, so easily a 10 out of 10 for me. Super fun. Worth every penny. I don't know what the price is at the moment, but doesn't matter. Even 30 euros. So I would recommend it at 50, man. But at 30 would still be a reasonable price, in my opinion. I guess it's more around 20, probably. Right? I'm just gonna check it, right? I don't want to argue without knowing stuff. So let's see. What is the current price? It is 20 euros. 25 when it's not in sale. So 20% off. Until November the 14th, I would buy it. No, seriously, I would buy it. I would buy it over and over, and I would also buy it again for my girlfriend, and we can play in co-op. No, full recommendation for the game. Fantastic game. Really, really good. Good job to France. Bien fait. Bon travail. Continuez à faire des jeux. C'est très plaisant de jouer vos jeux. Merci beaucoup de le faire. Et j'espère que qu'on va voir beaucoup de contenu pour le jeu aussi post-launch, le DLC aussi payant si vous voulez. Je suis prêt de vous donner plus d'argent. Et franchement, ça pour la France et bon travail encore une fois. Good job here to France again, said in French again. Really good job. Nice. Really like the game. And I'll see you guys probably tomorrow. Don't know which game we're going to play. Maybe again RoboQuest, but we also have Alan Wake 2 and Cyberpunk, the DLC waiting, so hard to tell. But good job to France. I'm just saying, yeah, I'm half French, so that's why I'm kind of biased. Got a French family too, so half French family, and yeah, they still live in France, so still got ties to France, which are pretty close. So yeah, and I also visit Lyon often, so especially when passing through by car, but also have friends over there. So yeah, as always, thanks for watching, and I'll see you tomorrow. And if you like the game, seriously buy it. It is really good. You won't regret it if you like what you see. If you don't like what you see, don't buy it. I mean, obviously. But if you only think it looks fun and it has full co-op, if you want to play together with a friend, I have no idea if that's any good, but probably it is, right? Everything about the game so far has been good in a way. So yeah, I really wholeheartedly recommend it. I don't really recommend a lot of games this much, but in this case, come on, there's almost no alternative. If you like Gunfire Reborn, and you like it for different reasons, maybe you're not into roguelite FPS, this is an FPS. It's not a RPG with a crosshair on your screen where you just click and everything dies. You have to aim, and you don't get SOP in Gunfire Reborn, so if that's what you like out of roguelites, that might be the smallest caveat. But if you like this type of game, a roguelite FPS skill-based, this is the one I would recommend, right? This is the only game on the market that even remotely comes close to being this good, right? Deadlink is a good game, but this one is like, if Deadlink is an 8 out of 10, this one is easily a 10 out of 10. So yeah, really get the game if you like it. Thanks for watching, and I mean, support the devs, basically. That's what I'm saying. If you want more of these type of games, there's no better game to start. Usually I'm always buy this one first, buy that one first, don't hit Nami. Yeah, right. I always go like buy this, buy that, or whatever. But this game is the game I would play first, right? This is the game I would recommend everybody starts off with if you like the genre. Yeah. Not Gunfire Reborn, because Gunfire Reborn, even if you say I like the style of Gunfire Reborn better, then of course get Gunfire Reborn, obviously. But I think from a game design perspective, I think Gunfire Reborn is a worse game, right? It has just when you look at graphics, how the gunplay is, the movement, it's all ass compared to this game, right? It just has a different approach to game design, but the quality of what's in the game when it doesn't come to how the mechanics work is way worse, right? The entire basic stuff is super scuffed in Gunfire Reborn, which might also be because I think it's Unity. I'm not quite sure. It could also be Unreal Engine, but it feels very Unity-esque. Yeah, so if you really want a very, very elaborate and well-made game that really is just fun to play and you like FPS, this is the roguelite I would go for. But as always, thanks for watching. I'll see you tomorrow. It's probably fucking cold now, but who cares? Okay, so see you tomorrow. Thanks.